Go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another EFL Eastland Match of the Day. This time we're at a Donvale Reserve for the Division 3 top-of-the-table blockbuster between the Donvale Magpies and the Waverley Blues. It's set to be a cracker. It's a chilly but beautiful day for football in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. We're overlooking, I think that's the city. Is it City or Box Hill over there?
I think that's Box Hill.
I was going to say it's a bit too close to be the city, isn't it? Matthew Fodia here, and joining me for the pre-game are Brett Besto and Jared Beanland, who will be calling the action later on. Besto, Jared, another weekend, another local game of football.
Absolutely, Matty. I thought I was geographically challenged.
I looked at it. I thought that's the city, and then I thought we're nowhere near the city. I don't even know if we're looking in the right direction.
Box Hill has grown.
Exactly. It's a booming area.
Yeah, you can easily be fooled. Yeah, no, it should be a great game today. Looking forward to this one, 1v2. And, I think it'll be an absolute cracky. Conditions are good. The day's going to be nice, I think. And I think we
always
should be
good games out here at Donvale.
They are,
well.
yeah. It's a good ground, and I think it'll be a high-scoring game. And I think could be in for a bit of a shootout today.
So there is the beautiful Box Hill / city. It's the second city. The second city. Jared, you'd be excited to get back in the box seat here, mate. Of course, you've been covering the women's action for us frequently this past month. So back in the Saturday Arvo team, mate. Exciting times.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed the game we had here last year, Donvale versus Fentry Gully. That was probably one of my favourite games. Sorry?
Went right down to the wire.
Yeah, it did. I'm looking at the goal square right now where the ball ended up as Fentry Gully just didn't quite make it into that goal right in the last second.
I don't know what's wrong with you blokes. I can't remember what happened yesterday, let alone last year. I have no idea.
You sort of do that opposite thing. You can't remember yesterday, but you can remember 15 years ago. You're stuck in a bit of a time loop. No, it is great to have you back, Jared. And I agree with both of you. It's good memories of this ground in terms of games, and it is something about, I don't know whether it's the size, the shape, whatever it is, it does seem to cultivate attacking football. And both these sides like to attack, and we'll get into more of that across the pre-game. Of course, Kevin Collins will be joining us in the second segment, and then we will have Tom Langford. He's going to be a bit later. A few latecomers for the Waverley Blues side, so they've had to change their pre-game routine. Will that change your tip? We'll find out later.
Yes.
And that'll be something to question, because I think Tom likes things done very particularly, so to not have his players here on time would be frustrating. But in the meantime, let's look around the rest of the division. Of course, if you want an in-depth look at the round coming up, people should probably quickly go to their phone and have both of these going. You can have the pre-game going, or you can have the Deakin University weekend forecast on Apple and Spotify podcasts if you want to get a bit more in-depth stuff. But one game we didn't really talk about on that show yesterday, Jared, was Doncaster and Noble Park. Now, on paper, this one screams Noble Park comfortable victory, but I think Noble Park, a bit like Norwood and Park Orchards, but to a lesser extent, they have great midfield depth. Their defence is super good. They move the ball well. I think they lack a real power forward, someone that can take the game away from their opponents. And Doncaster, there's no Cole Martin, no Jackson Sketcher, and their midfield can be quite good on its day. So Doncaster at home, they give themselves a chance if they can start well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a solid reason that Josh and I both decided to choose Doncaster against South Croydon just a couple of weeks back. Noble Park, I rate a little bit higher than South Croydon, but those are a couple of big outs that they've dominated the midfield for Noble Park.
I'm sure Besto might know more as Noble Park aficionado, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think Sketch has played for a couple of weeks, and Martin maybe not last week. This I'm pretty sure as well. And so for them to keep winning as they have been, has been something they'll hang their hat on.
Yeah, I think Sketcher has missed a couple of weeks. Martin, I can't remember, but they are two very important players, particularly Cole Martin. I mean, I know he hasn't won the Chandler medal, but he's arguably the best player in the comp. And an absolute superstar. But, they've got other players there that will have to step up and do the job. And, I'm interesting to see how they go. I'm still going to tip them, but not with a great deal of assurance today.
Something about Shram's reserve.
Yeah.
And I think Doncaster have found a bit of footy after those opening 2 weeks where they look to be a bit fumbly and not quite connecting, Jared. They've hit their straps to an extent. Obviously, the 2 wins over Berwick and North Ringwood, but even their performance last week against South Croydon was much improved.
Yeah, absolutely. They were right in it up to around half-time, I believe. And it's very easy
for a 30-point loss.
Yeah, exactly. And against a pretty high-scoring team on their day, South Croydon, it's very easy to focus on what we've seen, what's been in front of us, and that Doncaster East game was they were pretty poor in that. But having said that, Doncaster East, they've moved on, and they've shown their muscle. They've shown
Yeah,
to be
it's a bit
around
hard
the
to know
second
at
team.
round 2, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
in hindsight, losing to Doncaster East by 8 to 10 goals doesn't mean you're the worst team in the comp.
No.
And Doncaster, during the game, had moments, didn't they? Obviously, they finished that second quarter really well.
Yep.
You spoke about Noah Park having a bit more depth, Besto. Chris Horton-Milne is one of those players. So he last played for Noah Park back in 2015. He played 7 games in the reserves. He played senior football in 2012, 2013, 2014. So just missing those premierships off the top of my head. And then has been at Dingley, won a couple of league medals. He's returned and been at the top of his game. In the best players all bar 1 week against Doncaster East. So he'll be the player in the middle of the ground that'll be looking to fill that Sketcher Martin hole.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got plenty of players that we've seen, for the likes of Glenn. He'll be across the back and doing big
They
things.
name him at centre-half back. He can't be playing centre-half back.
You wouldn't think so.
No.
But anyway, so, I mean, they always know. The coaches always play ducks
I think
and drakes.
Mitchum named Jake Parenti as Ruck Rover yesterday, so I'm refusing to accept that.
So it's very hard to sort of go too much by that. But they've still got plenty of familiar names, Noble Park. 1 or 2 new comers. I don't know much about, I think his name is Jacoya. I think he debuted last week, so I don't know too much about him. But you've still got the Marsons and the likes of Bull, etc. So
Morrison down back.
Yeah,
That's always
Morrison
a
as
big
well.
one.
So I'm still going to tip Noble Park. But, I mean, without Sketcher and Martin, it certainly probably brings it a little closer than maybe it otherwise would have been. Not that they're a 2-horse team, but, that's
No,
it,
exactly right. Exactly right. And yeah, it's interesting to see. What about that? Do you agree with my summation, though, Bessa, that the one missing piece for them is probably just that
Oh, without doubt,
that power forward? Because from all reports, their game against Blackburn last week, they pretty much controlled the play, but weren't able to really capitalise on their momentum as other sides like a Bourne do.
Yeah.
And that's what left
100%,
the door open for Blackburn.
I think I can't remember the game we did. It must have been towards the back end of last year. We haven't done a Noble Park game this year, have we? No.
No, we did them against Berwick round 1.
Yeah,
it was a great game of footy.
Yeah, and I just remember Steve Hughes talking, and we were asking him the same thing about, you don't really have a key forward, but he seemed fairly nonplussed about it. And
I think it's one of those things where during the season you can get away with it, and it's actually a good thing. But I still think that come finals time, you do need at least one under pressure. Where you don't have to think and you can sort of go to autopilot. The Oracle, we mentioned that on the weekend forecast. I don't know if you've listened much, Besto, but the Oracle, an anonymous member of the media team, has put together each week, sends me the Oracle. So the predicted results. Now, I'll read out a couple now. Doncaster and Noble Park, we're trying to make it out like it's going to be a close game. The Oracle agrees. The Oracle have got Noble Park winning by just 22 points. So I think Doncaster would take that. They definitely would have taken it 6 weeks ago.
A fair effort by Doncaster in that reality.
They'd take that.
Is the Oracle like that? Was it octopus thing they had for the World Cup a few years ago?
I'd like to think there's more that goes into it than just an. I hope the Oracle hasn't just got its pet wandering over to 2 little cups of dry food or something like that. The rest of the Premier Division games, according to the Oracle, South Croydon 94 to North Ringwood 44. So I reckon that's around the mark.
I'd go with about that.
North Ringwood to take that after last week's 170-point loss.
Yeah.
Rowville to defeat Park Orchards by 30 points, according to the Oracle. Doncaster East by just 12 points over Blackburn, and that game does start at 5:30. So you won't hear any scores from us around the grounds. We might even pop through on the way home. And then Berwick and Norwood. Berwick 74, Norwood 78. And I can see that happening. Berwick pummeled Norwood last time out on their home deck. So I think it'll be closer than you would expect. And Vermont Baldwin. This is interesting because those games are always tight, Besto.
Yeah,
but the Oracle has got Baldwin winning 156 to 85.
Oh, wow. I don't know that I'd quite... Vermont
take it up with the Oracle, Besto. Take it up with the Oracle.
Sorry, Mr. Oracle.
That's
but
okay.
I think, I think Vermont have obviously been... They're not at the top of their game. They're not the Vermont that we've known over the past few seasons. But a 10-goal loss, maybe.
No, I think the Oracle's algorithm might be just swayed by last week's results.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But definitely, let's keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on how the Oracle's going throughout the day, as we call it.
He might have to get the sack, the Oracle, if he doesn't.
Well, being anonymous, that's such a clever. It's hard to sack. It's hard to sack an anonymous tipster. Division 1, and you guys were mentioning off air just before. Croydon Mirrabah shapes as a big game 2 weeks ago. It would have probably been a battle for a top 2 spot after last week's performance, Jared, though. It looks like Croydon just want to get a little bit of respectability back after Mitchum just absolutely towed them up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say Croydon, I think, honestly, against Mirrabah, just quietly, they'd be happy with like a close. Well, look, they wouldn't be happy with a close loss, obviously.
I'm sure they want to win, but
they want to win. But it's sort of Moralbark are just that good. I think
at the moment,
definitely. Having beaten East Ringwood as well, that's for sure. That's a real feather.
They rolled East Ringwood, as you mentioned, and as we mentioned on the weekend forecast, average 100 points a game. Moralbark, and I know that they've played up a gully, so that sways it a little bit. But it wasn't like they put 200 on the board like Baldwin did.
No,
they're consistently around that 100 mark, Moralbark, and that's something that really good teams do. Isn't it best though when they win premierships?
That's right. I mean, you've got to be able to kick goals, and I think one of the hallmarks of a good side too. We often see the side will get someone and they'll have the game won going into that last quarter, and then they take the foot off the pedal, and I hate that. I think you've got to really put the nail in the coffin. If you're 5 or 6 goals up, win by 10, win by 11. Really put the boot in, so to speak, and that's what you've got to do. You can't. It's dangerous to sort of, not that they do it probably consciously, maybe it's more subconsciously, but don't ease off.
Especially in competitions like this where percentage is so important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I think, and especially in the top 5, obviously the first, and I don't know how much of an advantage it actually is, but first does get the week off. So
yes,
and Moralbark at the moment, the front running, and it'll all probably come down to East Ringwood and Moralbark, the second leg, I like to call it.
I think
it's Champions League final tonight, so I'm going to talk a bit like that. Okay. Second legs, and we will cover that one. East Ringwood and Moralbark, it'll be an enthralling game. But back to Croydon. I sort of agree with you there, Jared. They obviously go into this game wanting to win to establish some premiership credentials, but also there'll be a little bit in the back of their mind that after last week's loss, they need to prove that they are a genuine team, genuine contender.
I think holding Moralbark to a lower score would be quite a feather in their cap.
They're a strong defensive unit, aren't they, Croydon? Yeah. Best though. We saw them against Beaconsfield. And admittedly, Beaconsfield don't probably have the forward potency that Moralbark do, but Croydon's team defence does hold up well.
Absolutely, no, they're very strong across the board. They've got some pretty well-renowned players. I mean, the likes of Adrian Ficcarelli seems to have been there for ages. Hay was good, one or two others. So, they're a very good side, and I certainly wouldn't be writing them off, that's for sure.
No, the other games in that division that we spoke about on the weekend forecast, Wantirna South and Liddell, the 1,000th game for the Devils in the Eastern Football Netball League, so congratulations to them, although they play probably the worst opponent. They've played Liddell 31 times and they've won just 3 with one draw in there. So the Falcons have got their measure. So we'll see how that goes as the day rolls on. Bayswater and Montrose out there. It's a big game for both clubs. Bayswater will need to win to keep their finals hopes alive, and Montrose will be looking to get back on track after another sort of wobble loss.
We don't think Bayswater are serious contenders.
I don't think they are. Joel Galvin's 250th as well, so a giant of the competition. But I don't think they are. But the fact that Montrose and Monty South keep losing, it just keeps them and Liddell in the race, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
We thought they were, that maybe 8th, 9th, Bayswater and Liddell. But the fact that the other teams above them keep tripping over each other, that you're still mathematically right in the hunt.
I'd have to take Lilydale over Bayswater to make it to the finals, even though they are one win behind.
No, I think they're both on 2 wins.
Both on 8,
But Bayswater beat Lilydale by half a kick. So, you swing that result the other way, I think Lilydale would be in the 5. Such is the closeness of that race for 5th.
For me, the key is in the Lilydale's consistency. While going forward, they have been inaccurate, and that has lost them a couple of games. They've been consistently performing well. I think the only game where they really got towed up was against East Ringwood.
And even then, not a massive result. It was maybe 7 or 8 goals, which last year I think they lost by 150 to them.
Yeah, exactly. So they're really closing the gap, and I think that consistency is what might give Lilydale that sniff over Bayswater.
And then the other real key game is Beaconsfield and Mitcham, and it's a big chance for either Beaconsfield to really push themselves best though right into that finals conversation, because we sort of expected them. I tipped them to finish 3rd. We expected them to be really strong. They started slow, and then we've sort of forgotten about them a little bit. But, a really impressive performance against Croydon. That win last week over Upper Furniture Gully, where they allowed Upper Gully just 1 shot on goal, boosted their percentage. They're now in 5th. They've beaten Montrose, who a lot of people rate. And now they host Mitcham. A win here would be another win over a top 5 rival. But then a win for Mitcham would possibly put Mitcham into 3rd if results go their way by playing Croydon. So it's a big game for the juxtaposition of the top 5 in Division 1.
That's a huge game, isn't it? As you say, 4v5, and it could have some big ramifications. But I think Beaconsfield, I'm picking that they'll get the chocolates today.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to watch. Back to the Oracle. We love our Oracle. Getting a good run today, Oracle. Division 1. So Bayswater Montrose, Joel Galvin's 250th. Draw. The Oracle
Draw.
got it as a draw, Besto. We don't see many draws tipped.
I don't think we've ever done a radio game that's ended in a draw. I don't ever remember.
I think Dyson Baker, maybe not ourselves, Besto, but I'm sure Dyson Baker said that Vermont Ball went out at Vermont. They had a draw once.
Yeah.
Calling that one. He tells me about all the time in the
more
office.
More at our time,
Yeah. Croydon, Murrabak by 87 points. So, again, might be swayed by
wow.
the two most recent results. But look, I'll tell you what, there's more chance of that one than the Baldwin winning by 80 points.
Yeah.
Beaconsfield Mitcham got Beaconsfield by 20 points. I don't mind that.
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
I could live with that.
Yeah.
Upper Gully 25, East Ringwood 100. I reckon that's pretty bang on.
Yeah, honestly. I think East Ringwood's not the highest scoring side out of the top teams of Div 1. They're not as high scoring as Murrabak at least. And so, 100 sounds about right against Upper.
Montana South Ludo. They've got Montana South by 28 points, but yeah, I think that should be how it should end out. But Montana South, like Montrose, cannot be trusted. So we will wait and see that one with bated breath. But look, as we've said countless times this year, gents, isn't it, that every division has got a bit of jeopardy this year.
Yeah.
We thought South Belgrave were running away with things, and then Mulgrave knocked them off, and then we thought, Div 4, the top 4 was done and dusted, and now Croydon North have appeared out of nowhere. So it is good that there's a storyline in each division. Into Division 2 now. Obviously, we're doing this first segment as a bit of a general preview before we get the two coaches on after the first break. Eastfield and Heathmont jumps out as a bit of a game to me. Obviously, another one with ramifications, Besto, great word that used there.
Specifically for Eastbourne.
Permutations, ramifications, yes. Of course, Spider will be listening to this one, hopefully, as well, and he'll be giving us scores throughout the day. But in terms of, again, context, so Heathmont looking to get a win against a top 5 opponent to push themselves back into finals. Again, they're in the race, but they probably need to win at least 1 or 2 games against a top 5 side in Eastfield to pinch a spot, given that there's a logjam of teams.
100%, yeah.
And then Eastfield, on the other hand, won their first 5 and then have been taught a couple of lessons by who we did think at the start of the year were going to be the 2 best teams, South Belgrave and the Basin. Both sides that have strong midfield cores, South Belgrave's particularly. The Basin, I wouldn't have said are actually that big of a side, but they've got depth in the midfield. They're not. I wouldn't have called them contested bulls, but both games played on small grounds, and Eastfield conceded 290 points in 2 weeks. So a big week for both these clubs, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top, Esther.
Look at you going for the Basin, trying to redeem yourself after that horrid prediction.
Well, I tipped them there. Now I've tipped them second this year, and they couldn't get a win for 4 weeks. I can't. They're just out to get me.
No, I certainly.
Specifically losing games.
I think East Burwood will be there or thereabouts. I'm not convinced about Heathmont. They're a side that I think will be around the mark of the playoffs, but they just keep dropping too many games for mine, and they're just a bit too inconsistent. They might scrape in, but I don't see them being a contender at the end of the season, and I think East Burwood will certainly be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, honestly, I think East Burwood, they'll love getting back to their home ground for this one because
they do play it well, don't they?
They play it well, and the past couple of games against on smaller grounds, it's going to be a big change for them. I think they're going to be pretty revved up here for the game against Heathmont.
Yeah, the other games, obviously, South Belgrave and Baronia, 72 points. They reckon South Belgrave win that one. I can see that happening, to be honest. South Belgrave are pretty scary when they get going. Mulgrave and Oakleigh District, Mulgrave will win that one handily. Templestowe and the Basin is an interesting one as well. Knox and Ringwood. The Oracle. So the Oracle's got South Belgrave winning by 72 points over Baronia. I could see that happening.
I could see that happening.
I couldn't.
As good as Baronia were against Heathmont, as dominant as they were against Heathmont.
Heathmont were undermanned.
They were very much undermanned. And Baronia have sort of like shown themselves up a little bit. Losing to Templestowe, that's a big one. I reckon Baronia perhaps a little. We may have overrated them after that game against Heathmont.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, as I mentioned, Knox and Ringwood, it's got Ringwood by 27 points. That starts at 7-10. So, again, you won't hear any scores from us throughout the day on that one. Templestowe, the Basin. Tempe, a big winner last week, but it's the Oracle's got the Basin winning by 50 points here. I probably don't see the margin getting out that much, but I do think the Basin will win.
Well, it's at home as well. But
it's at Templestowe.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's at Templestowe.
Yeah,
so, I think you'd give them a sniff. I mean, particularly after the win last week, but the Basin should get the chocolates.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that Eastfield Heathmont game, the Oracle, Heathmont by 52 points.
Whoa.
I actually think Eastfield will win, so I'm not with the Oracle there. But nonetheless, the Oracle giving us plenty of talking points here on the Eastland EFL Match of the Day. That's the first segment done and dusted on the pre-game. When we come back, we'll hopefully be talking to Kevin Collins of Donvale, and we'll give you more of the around the grounds action.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Yes, welcome back to EFL Eastland Match of the Round. We're here at Donvale Reserve for the big Division 3 top-of-the-table clash between the Donvale Magpies and the Waverley Blues. And straight into the pre-game, of course, Matthew Foddy here with Brett Beston and Jared Beadland, and we're joined by Kevin Collins, Donvale royalty. I don't think you mind me saying that, Kev, about yourself.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sort of faze me. But yeah.
We're joined with the pre-game. Kev, the season so far, you're 4-2. You're sitting second. There's a logjam of 3 sides on 4-2 behind the Waverley Blues, who, to be fair, have played 2 extra games than most of you. But you know, round 1 is probably the only real blemish. You know, you got quite close to Warrandyte at home, so it's not an awful result. But round 1, was that probably the only disappointment so far coming up against Whitehorse?
It was disappointing in the way that we probably handled the game. We just didn't. We had our opportunities, but we didn't take them. And it's smaller ground, and they played really well. Yeah, they played really well. They've recruited really well. So that was just one of those things, and sort of set the scene for the season. And then Warrandyte, we let ourselves down in the last quarter, and again, they're a good team. So at this level, all teams on their day are really good. So it's been challenging.
Yeah.
Kevin, I was a big follower of the before your time, obviously, but back in 2017 when Donvale won the flag, and you've got a sprinkling of the players still from that premiership side, and one of those is Nick Murphy. Is having a colossal season, 24 goals. Is there? I mean, he's obviously playing particularly well, but is there a bit of a over-reliance on him to kick your goals? I know the next best, I think, is on something like 12.
Yeah. Nick Murphy's had, as you say, a colossal season, but breaking news, he's not in today. He's a
best I might go home now.
That's it. I'm out.
Nick's strained his hammy, and so he's out today. So that's going to be.
Who's coming in? Have you got an in or?
We've got an in. We've got Toby Nash.
Oh, I saw that on debut, is he not?
Yeah, on debut.
Wow,
and
okay.
he's the son of Phil Nash, who played back in the grand days of 1996 grand finals and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
Phil's
that's awesome.
life member down here. So that's good to have Toby come in.
Does that change from your sort of point? When did you find out about Nick, and then how do you sort of change it? Because he would be fairly key, you'd suggest, to your forward structure, definitely.
Yeah, he's key to our forward structure, but we gave him up until the last moment.
Yep.
To see if he come up, and he didn't. We couldn't sort of take a risk, so we'll just have to structure up a little bit more. But as you say, sometimes it does become a bit too reliant, and the focus becomes on Nick, and so hopefully it'll open up some opportunities for a couple others.
So who are those couple of others, perhaps, who might fill that kind of role? Okay. Is that Nash coming in, or
Nash will play? He'll play up the ground, but we've got Tommy Slocum, who'll play the tall forward role, and Tommy's in ruck forward, and we've also got Dil Liardi. Mm-hmm. Again, he's a more mature type player who can play back and forward, so he's got that versatility. So he'll come in, and hopefully he can he's got a good raking left foot, good strong mark, and hopefully he can fill the void.
While we're on your forward half, goal kicking actually has been a problem across the league. You're not the only team that has struggled to convert all your opportunities, but you've only kicked more goals than behinds on 2 occasions this season. And whilst it probably hasn't hurt you yet in terms of a win-loss, there was a game against Glen Waverley where you probably would have liked to convert a few more to give that percentage boost. Is it something that you're a little bit worried about, or is it just the context of the shots that people are having?
It's been of concern, and we've done a lot of work on it, especially the last couple of weeks, and it actually has cost us points.
Yeah.
And as game points, a couple of those games where we could have put shots away. In one game, we kicked 1 goal 9.
Yeah.
In one of our losing quarters, 1 goal 9, and that turned the game. That was against us. So we've got to come in and have that. We're really even with Waverley Blues. I think we defend better than them by 3 points, and they kick more goals by 1 point. So
yeah,
it's a really tight.
Well, that bodes well for us.
Mixture. Yeah.
Exciting game.
So so it should be an exciting game, and they've got a really good brand of footy. They're really fast, and they keep the ball in motion. Use the shorter option. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. I think it'll be a really good game, perfect conditions, and so it'll show everyone where the competition's going, because as you say, there's 9 teams in the comp, and anyone can win on their day.
No, absolutely. Fair Park obviously started well, and Ferntree Gully yet to win, but they've given both a lot of teams a test.
Ferntree Gully, when we had them last week, they'd lost 4 games by less than a goal.
I think they've lost 1 game by more than 15 points.
And so we
the best 0-8 team I've seen.
They are, and they'll take. I said to their coach last week, I said, you'll take 6 scalps before the end of the season, minimum. That's just how it is. They got some good players, and a little bit of luck went our way. So that's good. But that's the beauty of this level. It's really even, and it's played in good spirit. And it's
so important to win the ball out of the middle. And one of your key components, he was once again a key component in that 2017 side. Went away for a while, came back to the club as Zach Haig. Obviously a terrific player. Will he play obviously in the ruck today? Any chance of him going forward a little bit, particularly with...
he went forward last week.
With Murphy
and kicked 4, but Zach's not in either. So.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So, my Lord.
I really am going home now.
Oh, the tall timber, mate. They're walking into doors or something.
The issue is... and I don't know what's going on behind doors at thing, but as you say, Glen Waverley the other week had to forfeit. So the issue is flu and stuff like that,
and of course COVID as well.
And so we've had players who haven't been able to get to training. It's all completely different, because they feel all right that they can play, but they don't want to come down and bring anything into the club.
Sure.
And so he's got the big flu, and so Zach, he kicked 4 for us last week. So that's probably where we're really going to have to defend right across the ground. It's just got to be manic.
That's
defense.
it. I'm not asking any more questions.
Every time you mention someone, they're out.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't mention any more names.
I've got someone to talk about, but I want to make sure they're playing first.
So we're watching the reserves right now, and given this new situation of many many outs. Yeah, exactly. Exclusions happening. Who are some players that we're watching in the reserves right now that might actually start making their debut if we start having a high attrition rate?
Actually, that's a really good question, because what we said, when you coach, you hope you train up 32 blokes to play seniors, and if you're having a good season, you'll have 32 players play. And at the very start of this year, we said that we're going to work really, really hard from 32 to 44.
Yep.
And that's where it's going to be, because it's going to balance out. We've got so many people who are going to be exposed to senior football. So we're probably fairly lucky out there at the moment. We've got Dave Withers, who's coming in. You've got Adam over here. Adam 19. He played our seniors last week and played best on ground.
Yep.
Okay, last week, and he got the flu. And so he's just got over it now. You've got
Adam Cameron.
Yep. Sorry, yeah, big dog. And so you've got Junior Parkinson out there on the ball, Ben Curry, Nick Day, Danny played seniors.
Nick Day won the league medal, did not in the 19s?
Yeah, in the 19s last year, and then he did his ankle 2 weeks ago, and so that was an injury, and so he's just coming back.
We've got to stop mentioning that.
Yeah. but we're really lucky because so we're fortunate that we have some depth, but all of those players will certainly play.
With us.
Wignall,
Wignall,
Luke Wignall, and so his brother is Kyle.
Yep.
And so the Wignall boys, they can all play. Luke Stevens is just about to get the ball. Jack, he's knocking on the door. So it's been fairly competitive, but I'm not sure how many we've played all up, but I reckon it's probably up around 36 players so far.
Absolutely. It's about timing your run as well.
Yeah, and we don't know what's going on behind their doors as well. It's just it's completely for them. I've never seen.
We do know they've got a lot of outs. The boys were doing a bit of homework, and they were in a similar situation. One player I'm going to name to talk about him. Let's see where he is. Mahaley Zalak is a Donvale junior. He was at Doncaster last year, and he's come back to the club. I assume that's due to maybe not wanting to chase that VFL, AFL sort of pathway anymore, or how did he come back to the club, and what influences he had?
He's had a major influence. He's in the senior leadership group. He's a really hard on ball. He's done all of his juniors here and then went to Box Hill. And unfortunately, when they go to the VFL then say, okay, go and play Premier Division. That was Box Hill, who had ties with. But then we were lucky, like last year, Frankston encouraged their players. Billy McCormack encouraged them to come back to their home club where they played better footy. And so when Mahala decided to get off or leave Box Hill, that gave him an opportunity to come back. And he's been a major pickup for us, and he's just a great footballer, great person, really good quality person, and he fits in with our sort of brand, our culture of our club. But yeah, wonderful person.
So looking at it big picture, you were in a pretty good spot this year, similar to where you were maybe this time last year. In terms of, I suppose, development, and we've spoken about the reserves and your sort of like new philosophy coming through. Is there anything else that you can talk about your development that might have changed from last year, that might have, in terms of keeping up with the competition?
Yeah, we've been really lucky that we've got a really good under-19s program. We've got a great Scotty coaches the boys, and they train with us through pre-season. So all the under-19s train with us with the seniors. They're all best buddies, and we've probably got 4 or 5 19s playing in our seniors from last year. Charlie Kent is one that comes to mind, who's just a good quality footballer. Keep your eye on him today. He's a really good player, and so we're lucky that we've got them. And then at the moment they're still undefeated, so our under-19s are undefeated. Yep. So we've got that injection of young players coming through, and most of the players that we have are homegrown product.
Absolutely.
So,
well, Kevin, thanks for a very insightful pre-game chat, mate. Hopefully all the players that are playing at the moment can get out on the field for you, and we don't have more of that. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us on the pre-game, and good luck for today and the rest of the season.
No worries. Thanks, boys. Doing a great job.
Thanks, Kevin. Cheers.
Kevin Collins there, the Donvale senior coach, coming on pre-game, and besides letting us know that half of the star players are out, a very insightful chat. Often you don't get that on pre-game.
No, you don't. Most coaches are very close to the chest, and they don't give a lot away. But that is quite significant. I mean, Murphy and Haig.
No, well, I've just sent Blake and Ryan to go get us some team sheets because it looks like we're going to have to redo them.
Yeah, so it's quite significant. But there's other players that will have to come into the side, and as Kevin said, they've got a really good 19s. And 1 or 2 younger players will have to step up, but they've still got some experience. Liardi, the likes of Ross is a fantastic player, but it's just a question now of maybe some of the tall timber and where they're going to find their goals and how they're going to go in the ruck today. But
Sam Goldsmith, I really like the look of him chopping up for Haig, and I think we might see Nathan Mill potentially go forward in the absence of Murphy.
Well, we await the official team sheets as well because we
I could have just named 2 more players who won't make it.
Exactly. To avoid that jinx, let's move down the divisions and we'll get some more Oracle tips in while we can. We'll move into Division 4, and Churnside Forest Hill pops out at me as the main one here. The Kilsyth Surrey Park game, the Sylvan Croydon North game. I'm pretty comfortable tipping Surrey Park and Sylvan in those ones. Margins will be smaller than we are ready for, which is a good sign for the competition. But the Churnside Park Forest Hill one, Forest Hill obviously they lost to Croydon North the other week. They had the bye and then played Sylvan. So they've sort of had 2 weeks where they couldn't really make any ground. Obviously the bye, it's you can't do anything. And then the Sylvan game is not quite the bye, but there's a very minimal chance of winning again. So again, that is a rock and a hard place. This week's their first real chance to give a really big response and maybe get some points on the board. And they'll be playing out of the top 3, the side that I think the least sort of killer instinct.
Yeah.
And I think Churnside, just because of that lack of sort of attacking edge, they do keep the door open for Forest Hill, who, let's be honest, they'll come out breathing fire. They have to if they're going to keep their season afloat, not purely on points, because at the moment they're still in 4th, but they need to pinch one back after that loss to Croydon North, because if they don't get any momentum going, Croydon North, on the other hand, will, and them and Kilsyth may pinch that 4th spot.
Yeah, I agree. Churnside Park, it was interesting seeing them against Surrey Park earlier in the year. Of course, Surrey Park had a lot of people out who are quite significant to their line. So Churnside Park getting the win there, that was obviously important. I'd say on the back of that, beating what I would say the second best team in the competition, I think that they would have a definite edge against a Forest Hill that has been in a bit of a spiral lately. As you say, they'll come out breathing fire, but I'm just not sure if they have settled with the absence of Hannah Graf last year. I'm sure it would have been quite a focus last year to just get it down to Hannah Graf. He kicked 33 goals last year, and with him out of form, 3 games, only 2 goals in that, it's a significant difference for a Division 4 team, especially, I think, to have that. So, as much as they would be coming out and looking for a better performance against Churnside Park, I'm not sure if they necessarily have the firepower down forward to achieve that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And I think, to be honest, I think they're probably going for a bit of a rebuilding phase as well, Forest Hill, because when you look at those great years they had, they didn't win a premiership, but they certainly got to the grand final a couple of times, and they were unlucky. But there's not a lot of those guys still at the club. They've all sort of moved on. They've got the likes of Gav Willoughby, probably the Mr. Experience. 1 or 2 others still there. Just trying to look down my team list to see. Jared Healy-Rotherham was around. He's been around for a little while. But they've got a lot of new faces in the side. And as you say, without the big key forward there, Hannah Graf and 1 or 2 others, I think they'll probably struggle. And I mean, it's hard to believe we're talking about Churnside Park in such positive terms, because it wasn't that long ago they were one of the easy beats, but they're having a particularly good year.
Yeah, I think dropping down the divisions obviously helped them reset. Just on team news, and did you say you think Sam Goldsmith might pop up, Jared?
No. Really?
Just been added the official team sheet at Donvale. So Haig and Murphy, as alluded to, are not playing, but Sam Goldsmith, one of Jared's players to watch as well. Besto, between you two. You guys are calling the game too. We might not end up with any players on the field the way you two are going.
Oh dear. Honestly, I've got my Magpies are playing Carlton players. I'm just tempted to start naming Carlton players.
We'll give you, in the break, we'll give you two a chance to run your eye over those team sheets. In terms of the Oracle in Division 4, that Churnside Park Forest Hill game, he's got Churnside Park, the Oracle, winning by 31 points. I've given away the gender of the Oracle. 31 points there. I think that's a pretty safe tip from the Oracle, but I suspect Forest Hill are a bigger chance than we think, just because, like I said, it's not season on the line stuff technically, but there's so much around this that they need to get going. And then the other games, Kilsyth Surrey Park, it's got Surrey Park winning by about 60 points, which I think it'll be less than that. I think Kilsyth at home are a much better side. And then Sylvan to defeat Croydon North by 103 points. Again, I think it'll be closer.
Yeah,
I think it'll be closer. Yeah. I think Croydon North are starting to come good. The other Division 3 games that are on our radar, Coldstream, Ferntree Gully, Fair Park, Warrandyte, Whitehorse, Scoresby. The Whitehorse Scoresby game kicks off at 4:20. Indigenous jumper for them and Rowville today. Both clubs doing a welcome to country smoking ceremony. Great to see more clubs getting on board the initiative after Norwood kicked things off last year. Ferntree Gully, as Kevin said, they're going to pick up some scalps, and I've got a funny feeling today, Besto, that they're going to pick one up.
Against, sorry?
Coldstream.
Coldstream. Yeah, Coldstream... Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. They're starting to just find a little bit of form. Coldstream, not the powerhouse that they were maybe 1 or 2 years ago in the lower division. So, no, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll be interesting. We'll keep an eye on it, of course. Division 3 focus. So we're going to go to another break here on the Eastland EFL Match of the Day. When we come back, Tom Langford, the Waverley Blues coach, will be joining us, and we'll talk to him all about the Blues' 7-1 start.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back once again. EFL Eastland Match of the Round. Donvale v Waverley Blues from the Donvale Reserve, overlooking the beautiful Box Hill. Not the Melbourne City District. Is it, Jared? It's Box Hill. I got confused before. And we're back into pre-game as we again Box Hill. What a place. As we get more and more into the preview here, we obviously thank Kevin Collins for his time just before. We've obviously late changes galore there with Zach Haig, Nick Murphy, and Sam Goldsmith. 3 players the best, though, and Jared, we're looking forward to watching today. Not playing. We're joined now by Waverley Blues coach Tom Langford. Hopefully we don't have that effect on your side, Tom. Thanks for joining us, first of all, mate. And what a start to the year. Obviously, you've played a couple of extra games than some sides, but you're winning most of them. 7 straight wins after round 1, and only one of those wins has been under 5 goals. Is everything clicking, or is there still room to move?
There's definitely still room to move. I think you'd be very naive if you thought, something else was the case. But we're obviously thrilled where we're at, and, having 3 games clear at the moment of second on the ladder is a great position to be in. Money in the bank is always better than, trying to earn that money later on. So we're thrilled with the start, but, the hard work starts now at the same time.
Yeah, and then in terms of your game, quickly before we let the guys have some other questions, you've played half the game so far. What's it like going from playing coaching to coaching from the sidelines? Do you think coaching from the sidelines is tempting you to maybe hang up the boots, or you still got that drive to keep kicking the pigskin around?
I absolutely hate it. I definitely want to be out there.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm invested as a player as well, and trying to help drive the club and drive the players. And I'm by far and away our oldest player. I think there's two other blokes over 28. So we're
Turner in place then.
That's it. So we're very youthful. So I love that side of it too. And I'm blessed to have three in particular overqualified assistant coaches underneath me. So look, game day stays the same whether I'm on the field or on the bench. I won't get too involved with the line coaches. Let them do their thing, and I'll address the boys at the huddles, and I'll obviously give my opinion. But that would be the same if I was on the field via the runner anyway. I guess the benefit of being on the field is you can give that message pretty quickly to those players. You're seeing it happen, and you also see a different perspective. So we felt like it's worked well for us so far. 3 on the bench, 1 on the field. So nothing changes when I'm not playing.
We just briefly mentioned before we came on air about Josh Williamson, who I understand is relatively new to the club. 18 goals this year. Tell us a little bit about him. What's his strengths and what's his history?
Josh is an incredibly talented player who played a couple of years down in the Tassie State League, led his team in goal kicking twice.
Is he a Tasmanian native?
Tasmanian boy,
Okay,
yeah.
yep.
He came over here a few years ago for work and was playing at a club where he also wasn't training, and sort of came to us in pre-season via a couple of friends that play with us and sort of said, I'm wanting to take my footy more seriously. I want to train. I want to get right involved and try and improve again. He was referred to me. I try and run a relatively professional program, and he's come on in leaps and bounds. He's incredibly talented. He'd be disappointed on his start so far in terms of goals scored, but what he does for us is is really impressive. His movement, his finishing ability when he's on. He's got that sort of X factor, freakish ability. So he's an important player for our side.
Sorry to cut off Jared. But so he's played Tasmanian State League.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think sometimes he's sort of maybe is he a step above? Do you think sometimes your players as well, not even the opposition, but do you think that might be contributing to his relatively slow start? He kicked 7 last week.
Potentially. I mean, one of those games you kick 1 goal 8 or something. So, he could have easily been truly more than 18 for the season, but possibly. But, his skill set and the X factor I mentioned, that would translate at a high level too. Some of the freakish goals he'll hopefully kick today, he'd be able to execute that at a higher level as well.
So I guess pivoting back to your status as a playing coach, we have a few playing coaches in the league. I think of Dennis Armfield at Park Orchards, Robbie Nahas at North Ringwood. The common thread between your sides is an exciting brand of footy, right? And I was wondering, is that just like a coincidence, or is there some incentive to coach an appealing brand of footy that you want to play?
I don't think there can be a coincidence. I mean, as a coach, obviously you're going to play the footy that you want to play, so knowing those two boys pretty well, we're all sort of offensive players more than defensive players. So I think our coaching style and the way we'll try and get our team to play, correlates to that. You're going to take the best bits of all your footy experiences under the journeys the coaches you played under along your journey, as well as the teams you played in. And normally the attacking side of the game is where, your most memorable moments are. So I've tried to do that with, I'm fortunate to have played under.
You're not saying you remember any bone country tackles or anything like that, mate? No?
I don't think I've tackled once in my life, so I can't remember any. But, I'm lucky to play under a few coaches, Gary Ayres, Andy Collins, Darren Creswell, so, and Craig McRae more recently. So, all 4 of those coaches are very different, but, offense is the main thing for all of them.
In terms of the guys you played on, so obviously, what drew you to Waverley Blues then? Is it a locality thing? Do you living in the area, or because it's obviously quite a drop off to still be playing and not just coaching?
So in 2018, 19, and 17, I was an assistant coach at Richmond, and left the club, left that role to take on my own role at my own club, and to be completely honest, I initially declined the interview, if you like, with Waverley when they were seeking a coach, because I did have reservations about the standard of footy. That was incredibly naive, and I'm so glad I was able to sit down and talk to the guys, because the moment I left the interview, I knew it was a job that I wanted. The ability to try and leave your stamp on a club and build a footy program, which can be from juniors up right through, I think is really, really impressive, and something that I'm really keen to do, rather than just tweak the magnets and coach the senior team that's already established. I want to get in there with developing players and leave something and leave the club in better hands than when I took it over. And that's how I hope I'll be measured when I leave the club. And I think so far we're on the right direction. We've definitely had plenty of challenges the last couple of years with the stop-start nature of the lockdowns, etc. But at the same time, we still feel like we're progressing really well. One of the key parts that appealed to me with this job is that we've got an incredibly young playing list. Obviously, if I'm going to work with 26 to 28-year-olds, trying to break habits to change what they do now is going to be tougher than if I'm working with 19, 20-year-olds that are still developing and they're just sponges. And our kids have absolutely taken on everything I've taught. And, I now feel like I'm well and truly entrenched in the role.
Yeah, one guy who you've had around for a season or two, and he's a really dependable character for you, is Simon Hawkins.
Yeah.
A really important player, does so much good work. And the other one I want to mention too is Tyson Hale. A couple of really important cogs in the Waverley Blues lineup.
Spot on. They're both part of our leadership group. Tyson's stepped up this year to a leadership group. Simon isn't, but he definitely could be. Simon, we actually missed in, I think, 3 of the first 4 rounds. I think he was a very late withdrawal in round 1 against Warrandyte. Did his back in the final second of the warm-up. And when he came back, which might have been actually Glen Waverley a few weeks ago, we straight away noticed, the difference in our side. He provides voice, he provides run, he provides leadership, and a lot of toughness as well. Coming out of the back line, he's very reliable, very dependable player. And Tyson Hale is our main crash and bash midfielder. He's really elite in terms of his power and his speed and his physicality, defensively and offensively. He plays a pure inside mid role, and he's a contested beast.
So on the flip side of the coin, you've got a lot of young players coming through, as you've mentioned as well. One player that I've had my eye on is Ton Steele. What can you tell me about him?
So Steely was our last second recruit to the club. He wasn't playing at all. An ex-player of ours who left on the eve of the season, who will hopefully return at some stage, a fellow called Luke Gogus, who's one of our big recruits a few years ago, and Matt Perry, who's our captain, who's obviously missing at the moment. They both played with Ton at Ormond, and one of our other fellas, Jay O'Connell, works with Ton. So they were constantly in his ear, you're not playing, come down, come down. He hesitated and obviously had reservations. I think it was like the last week of February or even possibly the first week of March. He came down for his first session and he hasn't missed a beat since. Came into the side for round 1 and he knows this as well, only because we had others out missing with COVID and injuries, what have you. And, he's one of the first pick now. His toughness on the footy. I tried to make a reference the other day. He's a bit like Goldberg with the spear tackles, but none of the boys knew who Goldberg was, so I couldn't believe that. So that shows the age of the crew. But he's our Goldberg. He's tough. He's courageous. He takes marks. He puts pressure on, and hopefully he starts in the scoreboard even more.
And then just on Tom quickly, because I did have him down, 9 goals, 4 times in best, and was best on against Fair Park. So, yeah, fairly impressive start. What about Donvale? What are you expecting from them? Obviously, like we mentioned, they've got a few players out, as Kevin was saying.
I just learnt that when you
Exactly.
said it. So
we've let you behind the curtain
I'm
there.
going to quickly get over there.
Yeah, but they're a formidable outfit and had your number to an extent last year as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, we played them in round 1. My first game as a coach, and I think that day we had 12 debutants. So, we had a very new side. They beat us with almost one of the last kicks of the game, and that was a real seesaw battle, but they were able to expose us on the inside and not really let our outside game come to fruition. We played them later on out here, which was the first game back after one of the lockdowns, and we actually had a bye the week before the last game before the lockdown, so it was an even extra longer break for us, where I think we had a fair few out, but they definitely had our measure. So we've looked at this one as it's probably the last box for us to tick to really show our credentials to win a flag. We obviously haven't played Warrandyte more than once in the last 2 years, and that was a pretty close game. But, I think the 3 sides are pretty evenly matched at the moment. And, we feel like they're probably the number 1 side at the moment. We haven't beaten them, so we've got no real reason to feel like we're number 1. So hopefully today we can turn that around.
Yeah, well, we look forward to hopefully a very interesting game. Kevin Collins mentioned that you guys averaged about, I think, 3 points more than them on offense, and they average 1 point better than you on defense. So,
+2 our way.
I think my maths is a 2-point win to Waverley Blues, but
I'm only a little bit competitive, I promise. But I'll let him know it's +2.
Well, anyway, Tom, thank you very much for joining us on Pre-Game, mate, and good luck for not only today but the rest of the season as well.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for being here, guys. We hope to put on a good show. I think it's definitely more than a 4th-tier standard game, so looking forward to your thoughts later on.
Absolutely. Tom Langford there, the Waverley Blues senior coach, not playing today, but on the coaching sidelines, and we thank him very much for his time. again, we've been very lucky with the coaches today, haven't we, Besto and Jared? Their insight and their transparency has been refreshing.
Great talkers indeed, and a couple of pretty handy inso for the Waverley Blues. I mean, we've talked about changes because there's been so many of them, but Nick Perry and Ryan Sapanchi coming in, not a couple of bad guys to bring in.
Yeah, everyone, they're playing funny buggers with this. We got done last week by Park Orchards away strip, and now you two have got to redo your commentary sheets with 20 minutes to go.
Well, Sapanchi and Perry were playing last week, so that it's essentially just changes to the sheets that we were given, essentially.
It's just our problem.
Exactly.
I hate to sound very insular, but it is our problem.
I must admit, I was surprised when I saw Sapanchi not playing, but obviously, Mo, I don't know if he had a bit of a knock or something.
It was very interesting to note that Jared was very tentative naming a player.
Yeah.
Besto had learned his mistake. He just went away from naming many players, but Jared, on the other hand, went for it. Before we go to our final break here on the pre-game on the SEN app and Facebook and YouTube, the Oracle, Division 3. We spoke a little bit about the other game. So Whitehorse, Scoresby, as I mentioned, that is 4:20 start, so you won't hear many, if any, scores from us. But it's got the Oracle's got the Pioneers beating the Magpies by a goal. I think it's a fair effort. Fifth versus sixth, both on 3 wins at the moment. Fair Park, Warrandyte by 31 points. It is at Fair Park, and Warrandyte haven't quite been at their best recently. So
I can still see that sort of a margin at the end of the day. I can see it being a close game throughout the day, but Warrandyte just sort of pushing ahead.
With a bit of ruthlessness. Ferntree Gully, Coldstream. It's got Coldstream winning by 18 points. I agree with this. So it's 75-57. I do think it'll be low scoring. I think it'll be a midfield battle. I've still got a funny feeling that this is the Gully's day to finally get one away and get that win.
I can't shake that feeling either. I had to put my tip towards Coldstream just on the weekend forecast, but that was based on. It's really hard to tip an 0-7 team. Team. Winning is a habit, losing is a habit.
They're the best 0-7 team I've seen.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And then this game, it's got Donvale 88, Waverley Blues 81. Hopefully, that's the margin. It'll be an enthralling game, but. Is that the way? I can't go past Waverley Blues at the moment, the way they're playing their football, and with those Donvale outs, it's not just the outs themselves, but it's two key cogs to their machine with Haig and Murphy, isn't it, Besto?
Yeah, I've completely changed my tip. I was prepared to go with Donvale on their home deck narrowly, but with those outs, definitely Waverley Blues for me now by maybe 2 or 3 goals.
Jared?
I have to go with Waverley as well. I think it might be a similar situation to, as I was saying, the Warrandyte Fair Park game where, I think Donvale will be able to keep with them for most of the day, fourth quarter. Similar to Waverley Blues versus Coldstream as well. Coldstream got blown out by Waverley Blues in the final quarter. It might not be as heavy a margin, but I think that could be a similar situation here today.
Yeah, got a funny feeling too that it might be tight to the last moments. And Waverley Blues, they look like they are a good staying team. They finish games off well, like Roeville in the Premier Division, but also the reserves at the moment, Donvale winning this quite comfortably. So, obviously the depth is on Donvale's side, and Kevin mentioned that they've had a real focus on making sure that their whole club is ready and willing to be able to play senior footy if need be. And it looks like this week is that week. Yep. We're going to go to our final break here on the pre-game. On the other side of this, we'll be all over our broadcast channels. We'll be on the SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1, EFNL Facebook and YouTube. On the other side of this, it's the EFNL Eastland Match of the Day, Donvale and the Waverley Blues.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Check 1 2.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Well, a very good afternoon to the Donvale Reserve. If you're just joining us for the coverage of our big match this afternoon, looking forward to this one. It's going to be a cracker. Donvale against the Waverley Blues. Welcome to the team on Radio Eastern. Have just joined us on Radio Eastern 98.1, also live across Facebook, YouTube, and of course on the SEN app today, wherever you're listening or watching to us. The team today, let's get into it and introduce the rest of the team. My co-commentator today is going to be calling this one, and Jared Beanland. Jared, looking forward to this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been looking forward to watching the Waverley Blues ever since I joined the media team, because their reputation has always been fast attacking, fun football, and I think Tom Langford, he's a great coach. He gave us a great interview before the game as well.
Very, very insightful.
And I think he's got his team playing some really exciting footy again this year, and a little bit more mature as well than last year.
And time to welcome to the commentary for the first time today. He's been doing a sterling job on special comments. In fact, he's the special comments man, I believe.
Thanks,
Ryan Long. Welcome, Ryan. Nice to have you here.
Yeah, it's been good. We were here last week. I think, Jared, you mentioned that in that close game against Ferntree Gully, Donvale last year. It's a beautiful ground, and I every time I think it is the city. And so thank you for pointing out that is Box Hill in the background.
I didn't say anything before the game, but I actually got caught out as well, because the other day I said, hang on, no.
Yeah, not the city.
I actually made the same mistake. Yeah.
But really interesting matchup. Obviously, I think we're all surprised with the outs that Donvale have. They're big outs. They're key plays. To have a ruckman out, to have a key forward that's going to kick you 3 or 4 a game. And it really may change the ledger of how this game goes. And when you play a side like Waverley Blues, who if they want to get out into a shootout, they don't lose shootouts. They're happy to play like that attacking, free-flowing game. And I think, looking back at their last year and this year, when the side that they played against has kicked 10 or 11 goals, they've won every time, I think, besides Warrandyte round 1. So that's, it's an interesting thing. Their defence is going to be key now today to hold them up.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan Duncan, he's probably going to be the key one down there. Scott Heverin as well. There's a couple of players that are really going to have to stand up. The other out as well, Sam Goldsmith. So it's not just Haig and Murphy. Murphy. Sam Goldsmith, he was going to be the second ruckman for Haig going out there. So unfortunately, it's going to be interesting to see who they...
Goldsmith's out as well.
Yeah, Goldsmith, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see who ends up in the ruck for Donvale, because I'm looking down the list, and no one's actually jumping out at me. There's probably a couple of players there that I'm not familiar with. Maybe a Slocum or something like that. Apparently, Kev Collins mentioned that he could go down forward, so maybe he's that sort of taller type. But other than that, it's interesting to see. It will be interesting to see how Donvale match up here.
Well, it's just a case of moving a few magnets around. One other guy, and I don't know if he's a tall or a short, to be honest, because I haven't seen him play, but he has kicked 12 goals, so I'm presuming he's relatively tall, as Harrison Giles. He could be one that maybe, if that is the case, he could possibly go into the ruck. But they'll just have to, they'll probably see a few different players going through there all day. It's just going to be massive. Those are big outs. They really are. They're really significant, and so much so, as we said before, that certainly from my perspective, I've changed my tip. So even though, you say Waverley Blues 7-1 were possibly the favourites, I think Donvale would have been a good chance to win today. They may still, but they're going to struggle, I think, with the big timber out.
Yeah, I agree. I have also. Well, I don't think I was already tipping Waverley Blues, but that definitely consolidated my tip for the Blues.
Yeah, certainly.
Today.
And just with the forward line that the Waverley Blues has, and obviously Matt Perry's not playing, so that's one player out that Donvale can be relax a bit. But when you got someone like Williamson, as like we talked about from Tassie born, a really strong player up there, they're going to have to beat him. He talked about the last time they played him, the 2 times they matched up last year, and obviously there's a very different. 12 months ago is a long time to think about, but they were beaten on the inside and they weren't allowed that outside run. They're going to have to try something similar, because if they get killed from the middle, the options up forward are going to result in probably heavy scoring and something that I don't think Donvale can catch up from.
No. So who's going to play on Williamson? That'll be a big factor to try and shut him down.
It'll be, I reckon, Duncan or Heverin. I'm not sure about David Holland. I'm pretty sure he's a backman, but I'm not sure how tall he is, how he can go for the key back. But my tip would honestly be Duncan.
Duncan
did a good role on
McInerney
last time when we watched him against Ferntree Gully. So he's someone that could be able to shut down, a key forward. But it's going to be. I wouldn't be too focused on Donvale's on the one-on-one matchups. More probably the structure of the back line. And they're going to have to probably double team certain players at times and just be able to work as a unit down back. And they do have a really strong defence. I think they just a bit better than Waverley Blues. Maybe even be the best defence in the division at the moment. I'm sure someone will correct me there, but it's a very strong defensive setup, and they don't usually allow big scores.
They are 1 and 2 Waverley Blues and Donvale. I couldn't quite remember which way around it was.
I think Langford did say that they were, what was it, just behind on Donvale in that category.
A couple of other guys that sort of have been around for a while. They were part of the premiership team back in 2017. Real hard nuts. It will be key for Donvale today. Matt Liardi and also James Rosa, through the middle and across halfback.
Yep, I really like the look of Rosa. He's a big body. He's able to extract the ball really well, and he's pretty skillful as well by foot. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Donvale midfield line up against perhaps a bit of a smaller Waverley Blues midfield, especially with Langford coaching from the sidelines today rather than from the middle. I'm thinking that because I saw Waverley Blues their game against Coldstream, they really like pushing up a half forward into the clearance or into the middle, right from the centre clearance. So they do like doing that, providing more space for the forwards just to lead into. So it's going to be interesting to see how Donvale decide to counter that. Wignall, he's another good player that goes through the middle for Donvale. And I do have my eye on Daniel Roper as well, another big body, younger, however, for Donvale, who is able to extract and, is in a bit of a similar mould to Rosa.
Yeah, so you mentioned the premiership side of Donvale a few years ago now, and obviously, me and Jade weren't there at the media team at that stage, so we probably don't have a great idea on what the club was like then. Without seeing too much since, do you know if it's a similar sort of brand of footy that they are playing from that premiership year?
I think this will be the first time I've seen them to be honest. But obviously they've got, there's a few different players, obviously, probably about 3/4 of the team, and they've got a different coach in Kevin Collins, because Matty Fife was coaching back then, and they did play a fairly open brand. So that's a question I can't really answer without seeing them. But look, this ground lends itself to open footy. It's quite a big ground. Matt said it's a little soft out there. It looks quite nice from where we're sitting, but maybe a little softer. But the sun is out, and I think the conditions look pretty nice. So I think it will be quite an open game today, and I think it'll probably suit both sides' style. But as I say, just with the guys that Donvale have got out, it's going to, you'd be tearing your hair. Well, Kevin Collins, with due respect, hasn't got that much hair. Neither have I. But he's going to have to change things around completely. They probably know in a little while that these guys weren't playing We've just found out, obviously. So I'm sure they've got a plan B, but be interesting to see what they come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, in his interview with us, mentioned their depth as well. And as we're seeing the reserves now beating them, I can't quite see, is that 87 to 17?
87 to 17.
That's a thumping for the Magpies that they're dealing out here to the Blues. So absolutely, the reserves are a strong side for Donvale. So I'd say that they will have the depth to cover those outs. It's just sort of like coming up against a quality team like Waverley Blues, Haig, Murphy. Those aren't the outs that you need.
It's really the worst team they could have come across to have all these players out.
Yeah,
on.
exactly. That's right.
And I still think they'll be quite competitive, and they've got a brand of footy that stacks up against anyone. It's just you've lost key position players in most areas of the ground, and unfortunately, I think that hurts them when Waverley Blues do play such an open game of football, and I know Donvale do as well, but they're not going to be able to play that to the extent they usually would when you do have guys like Zach Haig in the ruck giving their midfielders first use of the ball. When you've got Murphy down forward as the prominent target, and they do have plenty. Like obviously Giles, you've mentioned, has kicked 12. Tommy Slacombe comes into the side. Kevin, I think, talked about him being maybe a target up there, also Liardi. So they do have plenty of options, but just being able to have, even if you don't even kick it to Nick Murphy, at least that takes away one key defender, and you've got some more options around the ground. So
that's right.
The setup's going to be a lot different, but if they can win the battle in the midfield, and I think they probably need to maybe slow the game down a bit. To not give Waverley Blues the free run of the ball, because you may stay in it, but I don't think you'll beat them.
Yep. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. One player that we haven't spoken about yet is Brandon Kapakalakis. He's one player that he kicked a lot of goals last year. I think he's gotten on the board for maybe like one or two this year. His role seems to have changed a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily a dropping off of form or anything like that. I think he's playing more of a high half forward. Maybe he's someone that can drop back and provide a bit of a target if they're able to get the ball to ground, because he's pretty small. If they're able to get the ball to ground in their forward line, maybe that's another option, another pathway to goal for Donvale.
Definitely, we do get a bit probably tall focused, I suppose. And when the talls go out, we think it's the end of the world. But as long as you've got someone up there that can just create a contest, and if you've got good smalls, you can get a decent amount of goals out of your smalls. But you've still got to have that one target up there, or at least preferably another one who can go forward as well and just take the attention away. So it gives you that second option.
Yep, and I'm starting to wonder if this Donvale side is going to look a little bit like the Fentry Gully side we saw a few weeks back against Warrandyte, just given the slight lack of tools up forward. But as you just mentioned, it's also about the smalls as well.
Definitely.
That's absolutely a good point.
Ryan, where do we see these two sides come the end of the season? I mean, the Waverley Blues, have they surprised you with the start, 7-1? Do you think, are they about where you thought they'd be?
They're about where I thought they'd be. At the start of the season, I had, as in my top four, I had Warrandyte, I had Donvale, I had Waverley Blues, and then Coldstream is a bit of the dark horse in fourth. So I think you expect both those sides to be where they are at the minute. Waverley Blues can belt sides once they get on top of the game. And Donvale's not that far behind them in that sort of aspect. It's a hard one to read when Waverley Blues have played the extra two games. So, I mean, I'm looking at 3 games ahead. It's weird to consider that, but they're at least a game ahead at the moment, which is important. And as Langford said, better to bank up the wins now, because especially with everything that's going on with COVID and the flu, and players are missing in every division, every side because of that. So there's going to be games that they may miss, some of their important players. So,
well, we talk about it every week, don't we? The depth of the 19s. I think last week we were talking about Park Orchards, and Park Orchards have always they've had some really strong juniors, and they've brought them all through. And okay, they didn't do that well last week, but it's so important to have that depth, and even more so now with the problems we've got with, as you say, well, the flu's always been there, but it seems to be worse this year. And of course, being accentuated by the COVID situation as well.
Yeah, it is, and I think from both sides, I think should play finals from here. And I'm looking at the ladder now. Look at the top 3. I think you'd almost they're not safe in there, but I would lock them in for a spot, including Warrandyte as well. And it's that 4th spot that's really open between your Coldstreams, your Whitehorse, and even Scoresby is maybe as a dark horse.
That's the dark horse, isn't it? Yeah.
With another impressive win last week, but yeah, no, I think it's a pretty good matchup today.
Yep, yeah, I have to agree. So yeah, just looking at the ladder there, Coldstream. That is also. I think I shared that with you, Ryan, in terms of having Coldstream fourth. It might have been them or Ferntree-Gully. I think it's pretty easy to look back at Ferntree-Gully and say, oh yeah, they absolutely should have made finals in this division, But yeah, I agree. Coldstream are definitely one of those teams that are, starting to knock on the door. Whitehorse as well. I'm really interested in that Whitehorse versus Scoresby game that's going on today. That might be quite illustrative of what the division could look like going forward.
And I did like that the way Tommy said that he doesn't believe they're the top side because they haven't beat Donvale yet. So he sort of mentioned that as the last box to tick, and I like that. I think he's really setting up the players that if we are going to be a real premiership contender, we've got to beat Donvale because we didn't do it last year. We lost twice. Today's the day to do it, especially with the outs that they've got now. Donvale, it's a big day for the club, and they can win that. They'll be 8-1, and really sets them up for the second half of the year.
All right, so who's under the most pressure today then? Because coming into this game, you'd probably say Waverley Blues would have been the favourites, 7-1, but with the Donvale outs. Waverley Blues, they'll be they've lost a couple themselves, but they'll be under the pump even more today because now they'll be really expected to take this one, you would think.
Yeah, it's interesting because, small picture, just in the context of the game with the outs and playing the best team, Waverley Blues, are absolutely favourites, and Donvale, you'd forgive them for dropping this one. However, big picture, Donvale then go down to 4-3. And they start to look like one of the vulnerable parties to a Whitehorse or a Scoresby coming up. So I'd say, Donvale are under quite a bit of pressure for this one.
But then on the flip side, Ryan, if Donvale can pull off a win today, that would be massive, wouldn't it?
Well, it sets them up because if they can knock off the Waverley Blues, and I'll just have a look at their fixture to come. They've got a couple of probably tough challenges in Coldstream and Whitehorse. So if they do still have the likes of Haig and Murphy out the side, teams like that could easily pinch a win or two off them. So if they can get that gives them just that bit of lean, bit of comfort inside the top four, and sets their season up before they start to play some of the lower sides again.
All right, boys. Well, we're coming up to our last break, I think. But before we get there, let's just get a bit of a tip on today's encounter. Now, I know you've basically sort of said what you think might happen. So just a final tip, Jared, what do you think is going to happen? Who's going to win and by roughly how much?
I'd say Waverley Blues by between 3 and 4 goals.
Yeah, I'm backing the Waverley Blues too, and with the extra outs, I think they'll actually win quite comfortably. I'm thinking more of a 7 or 8 goal margin. But it would be important. It would be important start to Donvale. If it blows out early, it may be really hard to come back from.
So you're saying Donvale, do you think need to get off to a good start?
Yes,
they need to.
certainly.
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. Well, we might just go to our last break before we get ready for the big call this afternoon. We'll have all the action from this one. Looking forward to Donvale and the Waverley Blues out here at the Donvale Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve. We're not too far away from a start in this one. The umpire holding the ball aloft, and we're getting underway for Donvale and the Waverley Blues. Here's Jared Beanland.
All right, so right from the middle in the ruck there for Waverley Blues, it was Perry. He didn't quite get the tap down. Chasing onto it is Liardi. Ball goes to ground, however, a bit of a scrap in there to start us off. Ball out in the front of Slocum. The tackle laid well done by Perry. And a bit of feeling in this one to start off with, but we'll go for the secondary ball up right here. Good fly by Slocum there. And it's Zalic to lay the tackle there on, I think, English. And we'll get a tertiary ball up as we've got a pretty tight start right here in the middle in this Division 3 clash. The ruckman fly again, getting the ball away there was Hale. Looking at it now, it's inside forward, or just nearing inside forward 50 for Waverley Blues. Good tackle on Rufus. That was well laid by Rinquest. Liardi gets the handball out to McCormick, and Donvale, McCormick just recovered it again. Waverley Blues, however, onto it. That was well done. And the kick inside forward 50 has been marked for the Waverley Blues. And so our man there, he's going to go back, and we'll see. It is Williamson. He's kicked 18 goals for the year. Josh Williamson. He's going to line up. He's taking this one pretty quickly. As he marches in, the kick's on its way, and the Waverley Blues get the opener. Very quick start there for the away team.
You can already see just how quickly they move the ball, the link up, the handball, and then inside 50, just a clean kick. And it's going to be really hard stop for Donvale.
Let's throw it down to the boundary line right now. Oh, are we? Are we on?
Boys not quite ready, so we'll come back to the middle. But there we talked about Williamson, and of course what a key factor he's going to be today, and that's his first goal of the day, number 19 for the season. So the matchup on him is going to be an interesting one to watch today, as the umpire sends it aloft. The hit out there won by Waverley Blues. Ball goes to ground, trying to get in there and grab it. I think it's placed it. No, not placed it. It's McNamara. Now it comes out, bouncing around all over there, and it's still there for Miller. Gets his kick smothered, bouncing around towards Hatch. Hatch over towards the halfback flank. Goes for a little run, puts a little kick in, up towards the wing. And what have we got?
Out in the full.
Out in the full. So free kick going the way of the Donvale side.
Certainly get a bit of outside run, which is what they weren't able to do last year against Donvale, as Tommy mentioned.
So Donvale to bring it back in. It is a big ground, this one, so there's plenty of space for the big men, the runners, and those that have got a bit of pace on the outside. Good tackle over there on the far side. It was Williamson. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
It was a bit of a shocking kick from that out in the full.
In fact, Alan, it's going to be a throw-in, on the far side. So just waiting for the ball to come back in. And it goes. There's the knockdown in the hands there of Mohammed, but he's taken in a tackle, and the umpire says we'll have a free kick quickly played on and Donvale in possession.
So Donvale to clear it from back 50, but the intercept mark taken immediately by Meyer. Meyer plays on, gets a short pass. He lowered the eyes well there. And the mark's been taken once again by Williamson. Kicked one already for the day. And he looks to be in just about the same position. Different sort of an angle, but, similar distance out. Let's just quickly go down to the boundary where Blake Tennant is.
Just give you the. I finally got you guys. Firstly, of course, we've seen the conditions. The conditions is really good out here. It's like a carpet out here. Really good conditions down here.
Williamson, sorry to cut you off, Blake. Williamson's coming in for the goal here. And he's edged it in. Another goal to Waverley Blues. Sorry to cut you off there, Blake. Let's go back down to you.
Yeah, as I touched on, the ground is like a carpet out here. Perfect conditions for footy. Overcast. We love to see it in the winter. As well, what I'm seeing right now is Waverley just getting the ball really easily in there. I think just trying to find. There's so many loose members from Waverley that are out and about early. So very worrying signs for Donvale already. Back to you.
So thank you, Blake. As we get back to the middle, it is a worrying start for the Donvale side. They've conceded too early. They used the ball back into play, knocked down there by Nick Perry in the ruck, fumbled off the ground, and Donvale have a chance to get some possession now. Zellick gets it forward as they try and get something on the board, or try and get something happening, should I say. That's good. Giles, 12 goals for him this season. So he knows where the big sticks are, but he's taken to ground, and the umpire says it's a free kick for a high tackle. So turns around, takes the kick, now towards the wing. Trying to get up there was Rawser, one of the key components, and it's been punched out towards the boundary line. Stays in there. Meyer was over there. He's got it too. Gets a little kick forward. They've got a bit of space here if the bounce is good, but unfortunately it beats everybody and goes out of bounds. Facey it was who was chasing it, but couldn't keep it in. We'll have a throw in over there on the far side.
I've noticed Ethan Duncan in the forward line for Donvale. It's a bit of a magnet throw by Kevin Collins because he was a really good defender last year. He's kicked a couple of goals this year, so it seems to be a role that he's becoming a little bit more familiar with. So on the throw in here, taken directly out of the ruck there for Waverley Blues. We'll see if they can go on with it. It was Nick Perry. He actually ends up with it again. Kick inside forward 50. Williamson's there again, and he takes a juggling mark. And once again, he's about 45 metres out. That was a fantastic mark there. And we'll see. It's, once more, a bit of an angle. He's kicked 2 goals already. Let's see if he can kick a third. I think he's a little further out than what he was before. So he doesn't take his time, Williamson. He turns right around and goes straight for it on this set shot. He's pushed it a little bit right there, I think. So Donvale takes a mark on the line. That was well done by Scott Heverin. So he's going to play on with it quickly. He goes to the switch. Over on the side there is Bowden. He's seen Slocum. Slocum goes up, takes a good contested mark. So Donvale to play on with it again. So the guy with the mo there just kicks it over to Duncan, who's worked his way up the ground. He's on the wing. He just kicked it towards half forward. Good mark taken by Rawser. He's about kicking a bit away from goal. Let's see who he can see as he centres the ball up there. Zalic couldn't take the mark. He just spilt it. And Waverley Blues have the numbers around here. So Panchi, well, his handball was just stifled. Zalic comes back at it. Now, Donvale, high ball, inside forward 50. Ross is there. He couldn't take it. He's just received the handball, but it's going to be a ball up there in the pocket for Donvale.
So we'll have a ball up, attacking opportunity though. As the umpire throws it aloft. Up they fly. It was won by Donvale there, but it's been bobbling around like a... no, it's on the ground. The umpire says we'll have another ball up. So we'll have it untidy, and we'll have a secondary ball up. So 2 straight plays, no score at the moment. Good start by the Waverley Blues and the big man Williamson with 2 goals already today. As Rawser comes away with it, gets a little handball off and spilled across on the far side. Waverley Blues under a bit of pressure here. That might be holding the ball. What does the umpire say? Yes, he's given it. So free kick going the way of Donvale.
That was a good tackle on Miller. That was impressive.
So
he may have got the hands out then.
No one in too much of a hurry to do too much. Is this Slocum, boys, I think, on the far side?
To take the free kick? Yep. No, it's Kent. Charlie Kent.
So Charlie Kent comes in. There's the kick on its way. They like it behind the goals, and Donvale are finally on the board. So Kent gets the first, and they really needed that one. Donvale, 2 straight, plays 1 straight. We've played nearly 8 minutes in this first 2.
Boundary.
Let's go down to boundary. Boundary to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Hey boys, just Will Faulkner here. Just a quick one for the Waverley Blues. Nick English came off in the first couple of minutes, getting his knee strapped up. Looked like it was just a bit of the graze on the knee, but good to go. He's just come back on. Looks like he's running into the middle.
We've also got Matt Fotia in the score centre here today.
You're actually right with the first attempt there, Jared. Very, very well done. Just a couple of Premier Division scores. Berwick and South Croydon have got the first goals of their respective games over North Ringwood and Norwood. So it's Berwick 1 straight 6, Norwood yet to score, and South Croydon leading North Ringwood by the same scoreline.
Cheers, Matty. So
My apologies, Blake. Blake and Will, sorry. Got to get you guys mixed up all day.
So back into the centre. The tap down came for Donvale. Rouser couldn't take it. And it's going to be another secondary ball up there in the centre. Another score from Matt.
Yeah, thanks to Yarra Valley Water. Mitcham 117 lead Beaconsfield yet to score in that one. And then Brisbane and GWS. It's GWS 8-149 to Brisbane 6-137 at quarter time. And Geelong are 4-4-28 to 6 behinds over Adelaide.
That's an incredibly high scoring game there for GWS and Brisbane. Anyway, so we've got Johnson in the ruck now for Waverley Blues. He couldn't quite get the tap there. Zalic lays a tackle. It's come to Roper. He gets the handball out to Rehnquist on the outside. He was looking the wrong way there for a second. His kick was smothered by Meyer. That was well done by him. Handball fed out back to Meyer for Waverley Blues. There's a whistle, and it looks like the Waverley Blues player there, Kinsella, was being held without it. And so as he chases the ball, he gets the kick away. I think Meyer's down there. No, he had to come back behind his mark and take his kick again. So, and he's done that a second time. He didn't get completely behind his mark. So, third time's the charm for Kinsella. He gets the kick. There's a centering ball there to Hawkins. He sees a man on the lead. There it's Mohammed. Good mark taken by Mohammed in a similar spot to where Williamson was for a couple of his shots.
That's a kick they don't want to allow. The one to Hawkins right in the middle, and that opened up the game and was able to hit his target up forward. In
a bit of a lax defence there by Donvale's. Mohammed kick. His kick pushed right, and was it a kick off the ground from the contest? Goodness me! It just spilt out into the goal square, and we'll have to identify the man who kicked the ball off the ground. As we're seeing the replay right now. It bounced off Slocum, and then, of course, it was Williamson to kick his third of the day and Waverley Blues' third of the day. That was incredible. What a miracle there. All right. So.
Yes, definitely a contender for the goal of the day. Well called, Bruce. Tobin Brothers Funeral sponsoring goal of the day today, so that's got to be right up there. And I'll tell you what, Williamson's going to have a field day at this rate. He's got 3 in the first quarter. He might get 33 by the end of the game as the ball comes back into play. Taken there by Zalic, but he's wrapped up, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
I do feel bad for his opponent because that one you can't really, there's not much you can really do there. And the 2 other ones has been more opponents around him.
So Donvale get it forward. They need a quick reply just to keep themselves in touch. Nice little handball from Giles over the top. Here's a chance, and that's well taken. It's number 20. Is it
Ethan Duncan?
Ethan Duncan, it is too, who gets the kick through. So he's got his first of the afternoon, and a quick reply from the Donvale side. They needed it, and it's all a perfect
Boundary.
score for both sides. 3 goals played 2 as we go boundary side.
Nice little scrap in the goal square at the other end, still going last 30 seconds. Just holding up now, but definitely a fair bit of heat early on in this game.
Yep, let's go to the score centre with Matt.
Yeah, just Division 4 now. Chertside Park 2-1-13, Forest Hill yet to score. And the other Division 3 game that we were speaking about a lot in pre-game was Ferntree Gully and Coldstream. The Gully 2 straight 12, Coldstream yet to score.
All right, so back into the centre here. And there's a whistle behind play. It's a blood rule by the looks of it. As we're just waiting for the Waverley Blues fella to come off now. We shouldn't have to wait too long for that one. So currently, Donvale 2 straight 12. Waverley Blues 3 straight 18. Incredibly accurate game so far. So back we go into the centre. Ball goes up. Johnson goes up. Good rucking there by Nash, who got the ball down. And Waverley Blues wrapped up there. Donvale just gained a little bit of meterage. It was a good tackle by Zalic in the middle. We'll get a ball up once again. So Johnson tapped it down to English, who was wrapped up immediately. Let's go down to the boundary line real quick.
Yeah, just Joshua Williamson there with the blood is streaming down the face there. Looks pretty bad from the view that we had. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Blake. So Josh Williamson with the 3 goals so far. Just off for a bit of a spell. So hopefully Donvale might be able to capitalise.
It's that type of free-flowing attacking football that I think we expected from these two sides, and I worry for Donvale in that sense. They may be close on the scoreboard, but I can't see them outscoring Waverley Blues if this is the sort of style of game that will happen across the afternoon.
So we've had about 4 or 5 ball ups in the past minute and a half, I'd say. Here's the 6th. Johnson just taps it down, but it's Donvale on the outside. Well picked up by Jake McCormack. Gets it to Rehnquist. He was met heavily, though, by Kinkella. Rouser gets it to Zalic. His handball finds the open spaces. It's McCormack, challenged by Meyer. And the kick off the ground just spills over the wing.
What?
Let's go to... You want to take this, Besto?
So let's get back into it as the 3 goals plays 2. It's a perfect game so far as the ball is knocked to ground. Taking possession there. The ball comes out to Panchi's got it for the Waverley Blues. Got a handball away, but it was a hospital handball. Straight to his mates, who was wrapped up immediately. So it's going to be another ball up from the umpire. I've had a little bit of a stop-start to this game. Up they fly. It was Johnson. He got the first hand to it, knocks it down, but that'll be another ball up, I'd say. As it's taken to grounds by number 33, that's Jason Miller. Up it goes again. Up they fly, knocked down there by Nash. Looks like he's going to be doing a bit of work in the ruck today with no Haig there. Now they try to get it forward, smothered, but the umpire's whistle's gone. And I think he's found an infringement, so we'll have a free kick, and it's going to go the way of the Waverley Blues. So Kinsella with the footy. Just taking a bit of time to decide what he's going to do. Now he finally gets the kick away. Easy mark. The man standing on his own with no one within 50 metres of him. It's not great defence. Butcher chips it inside, so they're just going to work it around the Waverley Blues. Try and find a space through Miller. Miller goes with a bit of an ordinary kick straight across the field. And trying to get his hands on it there was Kent. Couldn't quite do so. It's there if it could be contested, but the Waverley Blues have won it. They look a little bit harder around the footy. Now it's on the boot of Rehnquist. Sorry, not Rehnquist. It is Miller again. He's been good for the Waverley Blues. Paddled forward there. Donvale trying to get their hands on it. Now they do. And it's a good tackle. And they'll be holding the ball, I'd say. It'd have to be. No, the umpire says play on. He's given them the benefit of the doubt as the kick comes in. And a good mark. Good, strong mark taken over there.
That's the man we were talking about in the pre-game, Tom Steele.
So Tom Steele it is, who will go back. Interesting hairstyle. He's got the old, what do you call that? Sort of, it's like, looks a bit like G.I. Joe, doesn't it? From back in the day. So Tom Steele, you'd expect him to kick this. It's pretty handy. And this will be goal number 4 for the day if they can kick it. It is there. Yep, that's number 4. So the perfect score continues. 4 straight plays, 2 straight in the Waverley Blues. Looking good as we go boundary side.
Yeah, just got an update with Josh Williamson. It's still looking pretty bad. He's still getting treatment by the trainers at the moment as we speak. I'll let you know when he's back on the ground, boys.
The Waverley Blues they moved the ball so quickly from those stoppages. And again, that was another one where it sort of threw Donvale's back line out without expecting the ball to come in so quickly.
So we'll be back in the centre in just a second. Donvale, 2 straight 12. Waverley Blues, 4 straight 14. We're about 16 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. Ball goes up. Johnson gets the tap down, but it was sharked there by Roper. He gets the ball to Kapikalakis, who was tackled immediately by McNamara. And we'll get another ball up here, just forward of the centre for Donvale. So, tap down by Johnson once again. It's now fallen for McNamara. He gets the ball over the top. Chasing onto it is Facey. So, Facey to go inside 50 again. They're really good at lowering the eyes, and that was another good mark. And it's Tom Steele once more. So, impressive stuff there by Waverley Blues. They're consistently getting those short kicks into the forward 50. A lot of their shots have been from quite a fair way out. But, honestly, it doesn't matter if they're kicking straight. Tom Steele marches in. And it's on its way. It's another goal. That's his second in a minute for Steele. And Waverley Blues, it's their 5th for the quarter.
You said it well, Jared. Just be able to lower the eyes. I think a lot of footy in this sort of division and these lower ones, a lot of times sides just go long and just hope for the best. But they're looking for players like Steele or Williamson and be able to hit them up. And their forward line are just, when they do take those marks, they're converting, which makes a huge difference.
Not sure if he's ready for us. Let's pop into the score centre just very quickly. Matt Fodio.
I don't know exactly what scores you want me to update, but South Croydon have kicked another goal. They're 2 straight 12 to North Ringwood, 1 straight 6, and Norwood have kicked 2 in a row to be 8 points in front of Berwick. So maybe you had a premonition there, Besto, because there were some scores to update.
Keep you on your toes, Matty. So back into play, and it's the Waverley Blues trying to get their hands on the footy. Nice work there by Mia. Gets a little kick out towards the wing. It's in dispute. It's going to be seen across the boundary line there by Nash.
I think that lowering of the eyes is probably symptomatic of the very professional way Langford wants to go about coaching.
And so still a perfect game. 3 goals, plays 2 as the ball comes in. One there by Johnson. Did well out of the ruck. Knocks it down. Sapanchi's off. Gets a nice little handball away. Here's a chance now. This is Hale. They go inside 50. Can they hit a target? No, they can't. He's all fumbled there. Almost taken there by Steele. He's got a couple today, but he's managed to recover. Gets a handball back. And they can set something up here. There's the kick inside him. That's just a bit too easy. And an easy mark taken there. And they'll go,
Miller.
And they'll go back and have another shot. So Miller it is. He's got quite an acute angle to work with, so it won't be an easy kick. Let's see what he can produce. Maybe something like a bit of a banana type job. Here it comes on its way. Not a bad kick, but it's off target. So it goes through for the first blemish of the afternoon, a minor score.
It was going to happen at some point.
And it's 5-1-31 to 2-12 as we go boundary side.
Yeah, just an update on Josh Williamson. He's currently getting taped now as we speak. I think the wounds have now cleared. There's no more blood coming out of the face there. But, a lot of strapping going on now, and we hope to see him back out there because he's been dominant early. So back to you.
So it's out on the wing here as Donvale tried to push forward. Slocum couldn't quite take the mark. It was wrapped up and we'll have... Oh, it was actually a free kick there to Waverley Blues. Butcher got the handball to Mohammed. It's going to come now to Hawkins inside 50 once again for the Waverley Blues. Chasing it is Facey, but Heverin would be the first there. No, Steele beat him to it. Was tackled immediately, however. And now Donvale to try and take it away. It's just a scrap in there in the pocket for in the Waverley Blues forward line. We'll get once again, we'll get a ball up there. And so Waverley Blues once more in attack. Slocum taps it down. Waverley Blues, however, get a kick away. Facey's there. Heverin takes a courageous mark running back with the flight. So he was here a second ago, getting the similar kick away. And he's just kicked that one out on the full. So this could be another scoring shot for Waverley Blues. We'll see who takes it. And it looks like it's the man of the moment, Ton Steele, from the boundary line. A much harder kick than he's had for his past 2 shots at goal. He looks a little hesitant. Looks like he's looking a little bit inboard, but making as if he's going to take the shot. This will be the Waverley Blues' 6th goal for the quarter. He's lining up. No, he's definitely... Oh, no, he's going for it, and he's got it.
Kick.
Ton Steele, what a kick. I was fooled by the fact that he went the drop punt, but it was true as anything.
I was going to say, he was looking to see if there was anything else on, but why would you when you have a beautiful kick like that? He's a beautiful striker of the ball, and that's a matchup that's going to really start to worry them now.
Well, it just needs to back himself, Ryan, doesn't he?
Yeah,
because he's obviously got the journey.
Exactly, and even just before on the other side, where the ball was a bit short for him to mark it, but he was able to just keep it in front of him, and he's got a lot of speed, so he's able to make a bit of space and still recover and be able to send one inside 50. So very important player.
Definitely. Back into the middle. One out of the middle there by Fresher. Gets a kick forward. It's already starting to look a little bit ominous. Over there on the far side is Kramer. Kramer gets a kick down the wing. Can they hit a target? Punched away by the defenders. Over there is Kent. Kent's in a bit of trouble, but he's, in fact, it's the Whitford in the end who's been taken without the footy. And it'll be a free kick to Donvale. A little chip out wide. Nicely done. Mark is taken there by Tom Slocum, one of the late ins for the Donvale side. Goes down the wing, trying to hit a target. Up they fly Duncan. Couldn't get his hands on it. Ball goes to ground. Back it comes. That's 16 Kapakalakis. Still there for Donvale. They're not really going anywhere. They're getting plenty of hand passes away and moving the ball, but they're just not making a lot of ground. Now they paddle it forward. Trying to get his hands on it over there's Hale. Gets it back to Hawkins. Hawkins under a bit of pressure, but he gets the kick away nonetheless. Up towards the dugout over there, bouncing around awkwardly. And diving on it there, I think, is might be Steele on the ground over there, but hard to see.
There's a couple of players down at the moment. Butcher still down from that contest against, I think that was against Duncan.
I think it's Giles down here for Donvale as well. We've got score centre with Matt Fodia.
Yeah, just over quickly. Division 1, Beaconsfield 24, Mitcham 20 in the first quarter.
That's a thrilling contest there as it's just coming down forward for Donvale. Let's see if they can scrap one here. They're going to really need to take their opportunities as they come. It's a bit of a scrap in the pocket. The umpire will come in and break it up.
Ablett's that other player that's coming off to the bench now.
I beg your pardon, it was Ablett, not Giles. So, on the ball up, we'll see what Donvale can do. It was just tapped down there by the Waverley Blues. Kapakalakis couldn't fight his way out of it. So, ball spilled into the pocket, into space. First to it was Hawkins. His handball was intercepted. Donvale, he just got the handball away in time. Butcher was there. He heard Kramer's voice behind him. That was well done. Kramer tackled to ground, however. That might be holding the ball. And that was a good tackle laid by Kent. So, Kent, he's already got one for the game. I don't think he's going to have the distance in him from here. He is going to go back, however. He's about, I'd say, well, his man on the mark is on the arc. So I guess it depends on how far the arc is out from goal. I'd say about 40 metres out. Charlie Kent comes in, and he's just kicked that one off the side of his boot, and that is easily out in the full. Oh, dear. So, as we're just waiting for the ball to come back in, we are 24.5 minutes into this first quarter. Let's go to the score centre with Matt.
Yeah, Churnside Park 3-3-21, lead Forest Hill 2-1-13.
Thanks, Matty. So in the hands of Sapanchi, he's going to bring it back in. A little bit hesitant in the end, but he decides just to chip it across to his mate in the back pocket. Mark taken over there by Nick English.
Just quickly as well, Wanturna South 4-1-25, Lewerdale 2-3-15.
So English goes right across the other side of the ground, but it's not a great kick, and it's been snapped off by Duncan. So here's an opportunity for Donvale to pinch one. We are nearly up to the 25-minute mark, so they could really do with a goal just to keep themselves in touch heading into the latter stages of this half. So this is a big kick. Let's see if he's got the journey. Margin currently is 20. My math isn't very good. 22 points.
25.
It is 25.
You proved yourself right there,
I
bro.
told you my math. So kick on its way, and it's there too. I think, yes, it is. So that's a really important goal right on the stroke of quarter time, and they get one back. So I'm not going to try and add any more scores up. It's 6-1-37.
25 minus 6.
To 3-18. That's a 19-point margin, and that'll make the Donvale coach, Kevin Collins, a lot happier heading into quarter time.
Probably the risk they take with those that fast following game, but it's a bit very wide, very dangerous spot to be kicking in. I know they have the numbers, but
I agree with you, Ryan. It's just interesting to see how the two forward lines are playing. You've mentioned the way Waverley Blues lower their eyes, but they keep the space really well. They keep 30 metres out always clear for players to lead into. Donvale are playing the other way, no Nick Murphy, so it's about getting the ball as deep as possible and applying forward pressure. And when they have done it, they've actually done it well.
So the clearance just came from Donvale there. It was, I think, Zalic. He got it inside forward 50 very quickly on that throw up. It's another scrap in the pocket there, however. It's all been wrapped up, and the umpire will take it. It was Hale at the bottom of that contest for the Waverley Blues. Up goes the Donvale ruckman. He slams it down in the path of Rehnquist. He was beaten to it by Hale, had to tackle, and the ball spilt out over the boundary line. We're once again in the pocket for Donvale in these dying minutes of the first quarter here at Donvale Reserve. Donvale have quite a margin to make up already. So, bit of a low throw in. It was palmed straight down there to Strongman. He was tackled. And we'll have, once again, we'll have another ball up. Let's see how we go here. Duncan is the man in the ruck there. He's kicked two already, juggling it around there, Donvale. Duncan was tackled immediately by Perry as he just grabbed hold of it. And we'll get another ball up here in the forward pocket for Donvale. Duncan and Perry go at it again. Perry tapped it down. Strongman tackled by Kapakalakis. Ball spills out over the boundary line. So, Donvale just holding it in here. Waverley Blues started fast. 6 goals for the quarter. Donvale with 3. Kapakalakis couldn't get that one. Tackled. Taken away by Perry, but the whistle's gone. The umpire's been a bit of a ball hog here. He's
Donvale, Ryan, have to probably dominate the inside because, as we've seen, once Waverley Blues get any room to move, they're pretty cutthroat. So this is the area Donvale have to keep high, both their tackle pressure and their contested ball.
McNamara scrapped a ball outside the defensive 50 for Waverley Blues. There's the quarter time siren And, well, Donvale, they've got a lot of ground to make up. They're 3 straight 18. Waverley Blues 6-1-37. Let's go to the goal scorers. Tom Steele with 3 for the Waverley Blues and Josh Williamson with another 3 for the Waverley Blues. So a couple of spearheads there for the Blues for the away team. And Duncan kicked 2 in a new roll-up forward, and Charlie Kent with the 1.
So pretty interesting first quarter out of here at Donvale. We'll take a quick break and we'll see if Donvale can come back and get themselves back into this game. Quarter time, though, it's 6-1-37 to 3 straight 18 on EFNL Game Day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
So welcome back to the Donvale Reserve. Hope you're enjoying this one wherever you may be watching or listening, of course. We're coming to you across various platforms today, Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube, and, of course, the SEN app. But quarter time out here at the Donvale Reserve, and it's been an interesting game. Donvale got off to an okay start, but it's the Waverley Blues that really have dominated in recent times. 6-1-37 to 3 straight 18, boys. Quick summation of the first quarter.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Obviously, the impressive thing about Waverley Blues is just how quick they move the ball once they get on top. The way they're able to spread, link up and just hit targets. Every time they've gone inside 50, they've been able to hit their targets.
Sorry, Ryan, let's go quickly down to the boundary with Will Faulkner.
Hey, boys. Just here with Donvale coach Kevin Collins. Kevin, thank you for joining me. What do you think you could have done better in the first quarter defensively? Obviously, a very free-flowing start to the game.
Yeah, I just think our starting points defensively weren't as good as they should have been. So they went inside forward 50, 12 times and they scored... 10 times they scored 7, so that was disappointing. They kicked it fairly accurately, so we just got to get our starting points up and just a bit more pressure around the the ball when it's coming in.
Very, very good. Ethan Duncan, good move up forward. Will he be staying there for most of the game?
Yeah, it just depends. He's sort of a swingman, so he's probably one of our better defenders, but he's given us something up forward and he brings the ball to the thing. So at this stage, we're planning to leave him there.
Awesome, very, very good. And Harrison Ablett came off late in that first quarter. He's all good?
Yeah, we think so. He just got a ripped neck, so he should be right. So everything is looking good with him. So we've got a full bill of health, I hope.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kevin. Cheers for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Good job down there. Yes, the last thing they can do as a forward is to have any more injuries. So let's hope that those problems that Will mentioned are fairly insignificant. So interesting first quarter out here, 37-18 as we go into the score center. Matt's got some quarter time scores.
Thank you very much, Besto. Just the ones that have been coming through. So Vermont and Baldwin, we're always looking forward to that one. It's Baldwin by 5 points, 19-14. South Croydon by 16 points over North Ringwood, 24-8. Noble Park 40-2 over Doncaster. Berwick lead by a goal, 21-15 over Norwood. Division 1, as we mentioned, Wantirna South by 10 points over Lewdale, 25-15. Beaconsfield and Mitcham, it's Beaconsfield by a goal, 24-20, so not quite a goal, I've rounded up. And then Croydon and Mooroolbark, it's Mooroolbark 23-3. Division 2, Basin by 15 points at quarter time. Eastbourne by 7 points at quarter time over Heathmont. Ferntree Gully by the same margin over Coldstream, and it's a 12-point lead for Churnside in Division 4, and I'm sure they'll update as we go on through the second quarter.
Let's quickly throw down to the boundary with where Blake Tennant is.
Yeah, he just spoke with the Waverley Blues coach. He was very happy in a way. They started, obviously, you could tell, but he touched on before the game that he spoke about was how they want to play their brand of footy and their style. He says it's really working for him at the moment, and also some good news as well. Josh Williamson is back on the ground, so big news for Waverley there. Back to you.
Thanks, Blake. That is great news. Of course, he's an absolute superstar. I'm sure Donvale won't be quite as happy that he's okay, but for the sake of the game, he really is good to watch. He's kicked 3 in this first quarter as the umpire holds the ball aloft. What have Donvale got? They're down by 19 points. The quarter-time break, and they'll need to respond pretty quickly. So umpire steps forward and says, let's get on. Up it goes, and the first hit out of the game, I think, was Perry got tapped down, and it's won by the Waverley Blues. Little handball out there, but it's been wrapped up well and truly in the hands of English, and the umpire says we will have another ball up. Up it goes again. Up they fly, Perry. They've got the tap down there, knocked down. They're starting to dominate in all areas of the ground, the Waverley Blues, particularly around the contest, as the umpire says we'll have another ball up. Perry on the bottom of that. So Liardi with the footy there. He needs to get into the game a bit more from Donvale's perspective. Up it flies. Again, it's Perry coming over the top. Knocking it down. One by Donvale there. Here's half a chance for them. Wignall got a handball away, but it's all a bit untidy. They just can't find space. Little pokey little kick in there, and the Waverley Blues have come up with a footy again. Trying to pick it up there with Sonisic. Gets a little kick forward. Can they get a mark? They can't. That surely is a high tackle. No, the umpire says play on. Ball on the ground, in dispute, diving it on there. It might have been Hawkins, is it, on the bottom? Can't quite tell, but the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So, in fact, it wasn't Hawkins, it was Kramer. And a ball up. So, 37-18, 19-point margin in favour of the Waverley Blues.
So, we're in the pack again once more. And we'll get another ball up there as we are in Waverley Blues' forward line. Just about 25, 30 metres out. Slocum flies again in the ruck. He taps it down. Getting it out of there was Wignall. High kick towards centre half back for Donvale, but there were players of all teams there. Waverley Blues to feed a handball out to Mohammed. He couldn't quite keep a grip on it. Rinkwest with the kick outside defensive 50 there for Donvale. Crashing contest there. Looks like someone stayed down from that one. Kapakalakis came up with the footy, however, and the kick inside forward 50 for Donvale. It was marked there by Liardi. He's going to have a shot on goal, and he's just missed it. So Donvale with a quick break there early. Looks like all parties from that collision have gotten up and will resume the battle, thankfully.
Doesn't Ethan Duncan make a contest? That's the second or third time he's just crashed into a pack and just get the ball to ground.
He's fun to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He always was when he was a defender. Now up forward, just likewise. So Waverley Blues have attacked here. They've come forward. Good tackle, however, by Donvale, just slowing them up and making sure that they've got a ball up there.
Just quickly on Duncan, I do like him more as a forward. I think right now, obviously, their backline's under the pump a bit, but I don't think that's going to be a personnel thing.
So Waverley Blues get the kick out of that contest, and it's been marked there by Place there down forward. He's not looking to go for goal, or is he? No, he just played on. His kick just fell short.
The goalkeeper there was Scott Heverin for Donvale. He's going to take it away. Well, another intercept mark taken, this time by Waverley Blues. It's Nick Perry. So, can Nick Perry, in a similar spot to Plaisted as he was a couple of seconds ago, is he going to go for goal this time? He's just floated it into the pocket, and it has gone out on the full. So, Donvale to take the kick in.
So Donvale will bring the footy back in, but it's the Waverley Blues who are just threatening to blow this game apart at the moment.
We've just got some scores with Matt.
Yeah, just an update. Roeville Park Orchards, that interesting clash out there. It's Roeville 22-14, and then Sylvan lead 46-8 over Croydon.
So Fresher gets his kick out towards the wing, and ball in dispute on the ground, trying to scramble it there. I think it was Williamson, and the umpire says we'll have probably a ball up, I'd say.
Fair Park and Warrandyte. Fair Park 2-3-15, Warrandyte 3-3-21.
So up it goes again. That's a push in the back for sure. So Tom Slocum, he's obviously doing a valiant job in the ruck, but there's not much of him. I reckon he's probably about 5 stone wringing wet. As the kick goes out towards the boundary, and it's out on the full. But in terms of being a big body, he certainly isn't that. But he's, in light of the late changes that Donvale had to make, Kevin Collins has had to shift the magnets, and Slocum gets the job. So free kick to the Waverley Blues after the out on the full. And here they come to bring it back inside. Now, the kick goes, there's a bit of a scrubby old kick back into the middle. Rawson does well, picks it up, gets a handball forward. Now Donvale can get something going. Or they could for a moment. Diving up there was Wignall, and the umpire, Wignall gets it again, and the umpire says no chance of it coming out of there. And we'll have a ball up. So 4 minutes gone in this second term. Donvale showing a bit of fight at the start of this quarter. Not making any inroads on the scoreboard yet, though, as the Slocum head out, won by Donvale. Ball on the ground, diving on it there was the Waverley Blues player. That's Hawkins, I think, coming to his feet. Yes, it was. And we'll have another ball up. Up it goes again. Up they fly. Slocum doing a really good job in the ruck. Perry went past it for the Waverley Blues. Now it's in the hands of Donvale. They get it forward off the boot of Liardi. Now who can get on the end of this one? Up they fly. Nearly a mark taken there by Duncan. He's done a really good job, but he's got a secondary ball, Duncan. Gets a ball away. Trying to get hands to it there was his Donvale teammate. Couldn't quite do so, and the umpire says we'll have the ball up. So plenty of promise for Donvale, but as I say, they're just not getting the score on the board at the moment.
Mulgrave 24, Oakley District 13.
Okay, so down from the ruck contest there, nearly picking it up was Waverley Blues. They actually managed to. I think it was English. He kicked it out into space. So the chase is on. Is the boundary line going to beat them? No. Kramer, I think, went to ground, got back up, shares it around with his teammate there, running down the wing here. So who's he seen? He's seen Williamson. Oh, it just bounced off his chest. He's quite a fair way from goal, so he's going to need to find another option. He sees one over the top. It was a good kick, and now Rufus kicking half from goal here for the Waverley Blues. Lowering the eyes once again. Good kick into the pocket, and the mark on the dive has been taken here by Tyson Hale.
And that's where they're being killed right now. That run on the outside wing, and their forwards just lead to the ball so well. And Williamson then, again, almost like similar to Steele in the first quarter, was just able to keep it in front of him and had enough time to set the kick up himself.
They find the space really well, the Waverley Blues forwards, even when there isn't much. In this case, there was quite a bit. So it's a bit of an angle for him to negotiate. It's just going to go to the... Ooh, it's going to go over... I think he pushed it right in the end, and it's just the one behind, so Donvale to once more take the kick in.
So, chance goes begging, so Donvale can breathe easily as Kyle Wignall has the ball in the goal square. Just looking around for some options to try and find. He decides to go for a bit of a amble out towards the far side, then gets the kick forward. Long one trying to find a target. Coming over the top was Williamson for the Waverley Blues towards the boundary. Trying to dive on it there was Kapakalakis. Did well, but he can't get it free. Well and truly wrapped up in there. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So, played 7 minutes in this term. Not a lot of scoring being done as the ball goes up again. Nicely done by Slocum there. Doing a stealing job, Liardi. He gets a little handball up towards the wing. In the hands of Hale, cries of holding the ball. Slocum tries to get hands on it. Doesn't do, but now it's in the hands of Rawson. Rawson gets it forward. Here's a chance for Donvale. Can they get something going here? Little handball inside. They need to try and find a target. They do. There's a little chip kick in towards. Oh, it's well done. And the mark is taken there by Rehnquist. So is it too far out to score? He's not looking terribly confident. He's going to just let one go, I think, and try and find a teammate. It's not going to have the journey. Up they fly in the goal square. Ball bouncing around. Nicely done by Sapanchi. Sapanchi sets up, gets away from his man. Great play there for Sapanchi. Great composure, and he gets the kick down the line too. Although having said that, the kick isn't that great. And Donvale will be able to go back inside 50 again. Little short chiseling kick, nicely done. Wheeling around there is Liardi, the kick forward, inside 50. Here they come to meet the ball. Ball falls to the ground. It's in the hands there of, I think it's Liardi of the Dillon variety. Keep forgetting there's two Liardis out here today. Umpire to throw it up. Up they go. There's some pushing in the ruck, and the umpire says free kick to Donvale. So here's the big opportunity they've been looking for, and it's that man Duncan again.
Montrose 22, sorry to cut you off there, Besto. Bayswater 17 in Joel Galvin's 250th out of the Bayswater Oval today.
He's been a great servant, hasn't he, Joel Galvin? 250 games, it's a fair effort. So Duncan, this is a big kick, because Donvale have had a pretty good period in this second term. They just haven't got the score on the board to show for it. So if they can kick this will give them a lot of confidence. Here he comes, Duncan. Nice smooth approach. Kick on its way. And he's got it. The crowd behind the goals were up pretty straight away, and the goal umpire nearly moved. So Duncan continues to do a sterling job. In the absence of the big men, he's got his third of the day, and they've pulled it back a bit. Donvale, they trail on the scoreboard 6-2-38 to 4-1-25. And we've had some nearly 9 minutes gone in this term.
Well, another score, Rovan Park Orchard still going that quarter. Their smoking ceremony, welcome to country, exactly delayed the start. So still going quarter one. Roeville 6-4-40, Park Orchard's 5-2-32. So an absolute thriller out at Seaback Oval, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. We watched Park Orchards last week, and despite them going down, they're very exciting. They've got a very exciting brand of football.
Also a shootout here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And speak about Roeville, if they get up today, they're 12-0 when you combine the women's side.
Huge day at Seaback Oval right here at Donvale Reserve. However, we've got in the pocket there, losing it there was Whitbourne. He actually managed to find a teammate, however, but his teammate, unfortunately for him, it was Bowden. He found the boundary line, and we're finding the boundary line now here. Let's go down to Will Faulkner.
Thanks, boys. Just to build on what Kevin Collins was saying at quarter time, he's very confident if they can win it at the stoppage, that they were going to be a lot better off in the second quarter.
So winning it from the source here, Donvale. And it's been smothered there. Mohammed's kick just went straight into Roper. He finds Rehnquist. He's dodging, dancing. Bit of a soft shoe shuffle as he manages to kick it down the line there for Donvale. He couldn't find his teammate in Sinisic, and it's been a high tackle there on Waverley Blues. So they're going to switch it out now, just trying to find it down the line. Let's have a look at what this kick will do. It was a bit of a scrubby one inside forward 50, picked up by Steele. He couldn't get it onto the boot. It spilled out to Mohammed. He snaps around the body, and he's just pushed it right. So yet another kick in here for Donvale. Let's go to the scores. It's 6-3-39 to Donvale 4-1-25. About 11 minutes gone in the second quarter.
So Donvale bring the ball back into play. A little kick across the boundary line there by Bowden. Donvale working it forward. That's a nice kick and a nice mark taken over on the far side. They're looking a lot sharper, this Donvale side. Now it's Nash and Toby Nash. Low kick, but it's nicely marked, and that might be copped a bit of a high one too.
Ferntree Gully 4-1-25, lead Coldstream 1-5-11. The Gully looking to get their first win of 2022.
Overdue.
Thank you, Matty. Bowden down towards Rawser, but Rawser got shoved out of the way, and that's a good mark taken over there by Hale. Just a shout out to our colleague Ben Warren Smith, who's not here today. He's had a family bereavement, so we're thinking of you, Ben, at this difficult time. As the ball is taken and lost there by, I think it was Rehnquist. Now it's in the hands of Hawkins, who gets a kick forward, trying to find a target. Beautiful mark. That is spectacular by Williamson. We saw him leave the field just to sort of the back end of the first quarter with some sort of injury, but that was brilliant. And he's going to wheel around and kick the goal. That's his fourth of the afternoon. He's bandaged up like he looks like, I don't know, he looks like the mummy, I suppose, something like that. But he's got his fourth of the day, and he really is dominating Williamson. That's superb play.
Didn't Chris Judd roll that?
I think he did.
Chris Judd rolled that one.
Voldemort, that's the guy.
Merrick Buchanan sort of style. Williamson is showing just his state league prowess. I know the Tassie State League might not be on the VFL level, but it's probably slightly above without being offensive to the competition we all love and admire, the EFNL's third division. So Nathan Mill looks way out of his depth. Unfortunately for Kevin Collins, Ethan Duncan's probably the only solution to the problem, but he's got kicked through at the other end. So
another one where you
Rob
need
Peter to pay Paul there.
Yeah, exactly. Another one where you
See
need
how
two
quick
of
he
them.
was there. Mill had to have a hand on the jumper pretty much just to try and stop him.
So it was a tackle from the ball up there. The players are checking on the welfare of whoever was underneath that tackle. He's looking all fine. I think it was Mihail Zalic. So up goes Donvale there in the ruck. Rehnquist couldn't take it. Facey just gets rid of it there. Kick off the ground by Waverley Blues. They're going to go forward again here. It finds Facey again, about 40 out. He handballs back into space. Kick inside forward 50 for Waverley Blues. No mark taken. That's the first time Williamson was beaten in a contest there for quite a while, I'd say. Kick off the ground by Heverin. And Tom Steele took a bit of a tumble there. So Kapakalakis was met heavily by Sapanchi, and the Waverley Blues will go forward again through Miller. Who is he seen down here in forward 50 over the top? It's going to be Roper, who gets it outside forward 50 or defensive 50 for Donvale. It's going to come back again, though, I'd say. Holland couldn't handle it. Waverley Blues scrapping. It looks like there was a free kick off the play. It was holding against David Holland. So Waverley Blues go forward again, and they lowered their eyes once more, and they find Rufus, Demetrius Rufus, who's going to go back and find another target here. He's seen Kramer out in space. Absolutely no checking there by the Donvale defenders, as Kramer is going to go back and try and slot Waverley Blues' 8th goal.
Not really sure why he passed it off. They seem to be almost maybe in a better position than Rufus, but either way,
yeah,
take what you can get.
Unselfish football there by the Waverley Blues, as Kramer will go in. Let's see what he can do with this one. Oh, the roars came before the goal itself. It was always online, and Kramer has kicked his first for the game. Waverley Blues, 8-3-51, Donvale 4-1-25.
It's not the first time that they've just had open numbers inside that forward 50. They find so much space, don't they, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely one of their strengths for this game.
So back towards the middle. We've had nearly 15 minutes in this quarter, and for all their endeavour, Donvale, they haven't made up a lot of ground on the scoreboard. Still trailing by 26, but they haven't played badly in this quarter. Just haven't got the points on the board as the ball goes up. Playstead wins it out of the middle, knocked down. They're in the contest. It's been socketed forward, though, and here's an opportunity. Nice mark taken there by Ablett. Haven't called his name too much today. Ablett wheels around. Kick out towards the halfback flank. It's been one over there, though. Nicely worked there by Johnson. And they've got it, the Waverley Blues, once again. They've just had better control of the footy, or having said that, they have turned it over this time on the boot there of the Waverley. I expect it's Waverley Blues who are back in contest. It's bouncing around all over the place. Miro, I think it was, on the ground over there.
That was an incredibly chaotic minute of play. So Ablett, all his teammates went to the left side of the ground. Ablett went to the right, and then Zalek's taken that intercept mark and just kept running into three Waverley Blues tacklers. They just looked a bit frazzled at the moment, Donvale.
So Duncan, the man that Matty was just speaking about, makes the tackle on the Waverley Blues player over there on the far side of the ground.
I think on that, Matt, they had a lot of time then, and if he just had taken a second to breathe.
I don't mind the play on, but he just sort of kept storming forward. If he had a handball in Rouser on his right, which would have still opened up the play, and it would have been less chaotic. But Zalek has been probably one of their best players as he takes another mark.
He takes a mark, good intercept there by Zalek. He feeds it off to Holland. It's a high, long one inside forward 50. The contest ensues. Bit of a tussle there. That's Liardi of the Dillon variety. He couldn't quite handle it, though. Kramer, who just kicked that goal before, is hassling and hustling. And it's going to be a ball up in the pocket there for Donvale as they go and attack once more.
Just on scores as well, quickly, Jared. South Croydon kicking away from North Ringwood. Looks like another dogged day for the Saints. 55-14, while Norwood are in front by 5 points over Berwick.
Oh, double tackle there on Sinisic as he tried to get away from it. And another tackle there by Waverley Blues. Their defensive pressure starting to ramp up here as that was Fresher laying a good tackle.
Ferntree Gully lead by 20 points, 5-2-32 to 1-6-12 over Coldstream.
Up goes Roper in the ruck there for Donvale. Laying a good tackle there was Kinsella, and it's going to be yet another ball up.
East Ringwood lead 42-0, and Mitcham have kicked the last three. They lead 41-25 over Beaconsfield.
Ooh, 42-0. That's
just one scoring shot in the last 5 quarters for Upper Gully.
Oh, that's an ugly, ugly stat there. As we're going to get once again, we'll have a ball up there down in the forward line for Donvale. We'll see if they can scrap something out. They need to take these opportunities. Meeting it hard was Roper and Perry in the ruck there. That was they've had a couple of good contests down there.
Couple of nice games brewing in Division 4. Chirnside by a goal over Forest Hill, 37-31, and Kilsyth 15, Trail Surrey Park 20.
I like the sound of that. And Roper wrapped up.
I'm helping you out here, Jared, because we've gone nowhere in the last 3 minutes.
We've got, it's one of those situations again where we've got about, minute and a half of, 7 or 8 ball ups. So off the ground there, it was Rorsa. He just kicked it out in the full. So he's done us all a favour and broken it up, even though it's to his own detriment.
I don't think it's a bad result for Donvale just to slow the game down a bit and lock it.
They're not going to score from sort of formulaic sort of ball movement, are they? Like Waverley Blues do. They're a bit more position. Donvale, like I said, they're going to try and get it in. If Duncan doesn't grab it, their next best bet is locking it up and winning some free kicks through forward pressure.
Massive shout out to the lady and her dog who went and fetched the ball over there on the far side as the Waverley Blues bring it back in. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. Coming to you live on the SEN app, of course, Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube. If you're watching today, as the ball comes back inside, it was McCormack who had it, gets it forward. As the ball in dispute, the umpire's whistle goes, but we'll play advantage as the kick goes inbound. Still there for the Waverley Blues, and this is dangerous. Nice little chiselling kick out wide. It's Williamson trying to get his hands on it. He fumbled, but he gets it on the second wheel. Wheels around. Can he kick it? He sure has, and that is definitely a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. That is spectacular stuff. Brilliant goal, and another one for the Waverley Blues, and they extend their lead even further. 9-3-57 plays 4-1-25 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 19 minutes played. That was spectacular, boys.
He might win all the awards at the moment. 5 goals in the first half puts him in the front running for player of the day, and he's got the two front runners for goal of the day, Ryan. And if he keeps working pretty hard, he might win the 4 workers.
And he was off for half of the first quarter as well, so he's doing a lot of work in little time.
I'm just amazed at the speed he has. So he doesn't have to. If he doesn't take the mark, the amount of room he gets on Mill to be able to straighten up and kick him.
I think it showcases as well, obviously no Haig and no Nick Murphy are the 2 real guys that could maybe match his presence for Donvale at the other end. So that might end up being the difference today.
So Zalic got the kick from the wing. Donvale going forward again. They had to go wide for this one once again. So it's Holland, just a little chiseler inside the forward pocket. It's not going to meet anyone, though, for Donvale, as Waverley Blues will once again rebound. This is Hatch now to slow things up a little bit for Waverley Blues, as Donvale have them a little bit hemmed in here. He tried to make his way around his opponent. He did that quite well. So kick cleared the pack a little bit. It was picked up by Facey. He was tackled and will get another ball up here on the wing.
Bayswater 30, lead Montrose 22.
Ooh.
Classic Montrose.
Yeah.
Can't trust him anymore.
Flattered to deceive all the time. So Perry down to Zalic, however. He gets the kick back inboard for Donvale as they try and go into attack once again. Good tackle by Hatch holding things up. And we'll get once again, we'll have a ball up, this time on the corner of the square there, attacking side for Donvale. Back into the ruck as they resume hostilities. It's Perry and Nash. No real clear possession once more, as we're at about half forward.
This is how Donvale will like to keep it, though. If they can't let it get on the outside.
Yep, and here it goes on the outside on cue. But coming up to meet it, that was well done by Wignall, taken in a strong tackle, however, by Rufus. That was a solid hit, but once again, another ball up, just on the wing. As we are looking at time on here in this second quarter. On the outside, once again, Waverley Blues. Facey copped it from behind there from Wignall and will take the free kick. That was a heavy hit.
Not a sentence you want to clip there, Jared.
All right, let's move on. Meyer gets high ball inside forward 50, and it was Playstead in the right position. He plays on, kicks the goal, slams home another for Waverley Blues. That is incredible play there. That was great use of the body by Playstead. Let's have a look at the replay real quick. It was a good kick by Meyer, and Playstead just completely outpositioned his opponent. Played on right into the goal square. Waverley Blues continue to march on.
You can see, Ryan, how they cut teams up. Like their forward potency. You can't have a lapse against this side because they'll just blow them up, if you know what I mean.
You're right.
it's incredible. You know, they've played other games, and at the moment, you know, Playstead's down there, Williamson's down there, Ton Steele, and they're missing Matt Perry, last year's leading goal kicker for the division. So
missing O'Connell as well.
You can't let them have any ascendancy at all because they're so ruthless.
So just quickly down to the boundary, Will Faulkner.
Yeah, boys, just a quick update on Angus Kramer from Waverley Blues. He seems to have been on the bench for about 15 minutes now. Looks like a bit of a tight calf, but we'll get that confirmed with you.
Thank you, Will. As the ball goes back into the middle. Slocum it was who may have got the tap. Playstead, though, gets it for the Waverley Blues. They are starting to win the ball out of the middle. It was Zellick who did good well for Donvale. Gets it to about a half forward. Ball is fumbled over there, trying to get hands on it. And wheeling around there was Kapakalakis. Ball in contest. And I reckon we'll have about our 900th ball up of the day.
That's free kick, Donvale, actually.
Free kick to Donvale. All right, good call. Thank you, Ryan. And it's going to be in the hands there of
Dylan Liardi.
It's the kick forward, but it's not a great kick. But in fact, it has turned out to be a great kick, and Duncan's going to kick a goal. It looked like a bit of a nothing kick. There were defenders back there, but the next minute Duncan found it in his hands, and he's poked it through for his 4th of the day. So the decision to move him forward has been a good one in the absence of the big men, and that's 4 for Duncan. And on the scoreboard, the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 63 plays 31, and we're up 23 minutes gone in this second quarter.
He's on track to kick 8 in a losing side.
It is a funny situation because I can't see why you would move him.
You can't move him back.
As much trouble they have him back down there, he is the reason why they've been able to kick a few.
They just have to win it out of the middle. They can't. Waverley Blues are going to kick a score. I don't think you're going to stop them kicking a score. No. You somehow just have to score more than them.
Yeah, it's biting the bullet here for Kevin Collins, and I think he's made the right decision as Waverley Blues just trying to scrap it out of there. They managed to find the outside once again onto the wing. It was Kramer, I believe, wrapped up there by Rinkwest.
Duncan almost needs to be clone boys, doesn't he?
Well, they have a couple of them. They're just out.
Yeah.
And in other news, Baldwin lead by 14 points over Vermont late in the second quarter.
Okay, so Baldwin on the ascendancy there. Rinkwest gave it up, however, here. Good tackle by Rouser. He just spilled it out. Waverley Blues once again. Playstead had some space in front of him. Gets the handball off. It's Mohammed here. Can he take the shot from about 40 out? Oh, it's Williamson once more. Running with the flight of the ball. Nothing Mill could do about that one. And Williamson, he's got a bit of an angle here to have to kick around. He's going to do that right now. I think he kicked the wrong part of the ball, and it's going to float over and out of bounds on the foot. No, it's actually just snuck in for a point. So we'll get a kick in here for Donvale.
The only other thing Donvale could possibly do is just immediately sit a man behind the footy, because they sort of need 2 covering Williamson, because if Mill takes the front spot, Williamson's so good out the back like he was there, and then if he takes the back spot, Williamson let up at the footy in the first quarter. So maybe that's the only other thing you can do is concede a number, Ryan.
The only problem is they do have those other options. Tom Steele in that first quarter.
Yeah, I think they have to drop a winger maybe back straight after the centre bounce or something like that.
So I reckon Williamson possibly had a bit more time with that last one that he missed just before we went to the break. But the ball comes out now. It's in the hands of Liardi. Gets a kick forward. Can he hit a target? Yes, he can. Nice mark over there taken by Zellick. Hasn't played too badly for Donvale. And then, in fact, is the siren. A bit of a 6-sounding siren, but it is going to be half-time after this kick. So Zellick, let's see if he can get a late one for the Vales here.
Much needed.
He trailed by 34 points. It's certainly an understatement, Matty. Let's see if he's got the journey. He looks sort of semi-confident. So it gives the ball a bit of a spin. Zellick, let's see what he can do. On his way, just kick through the ball and nice smooth approach on its way. It doesn't look too bad, but it's going to be out to the right. In fact, it's missed everything and gone out of bounds on the full. So that'll be the final act of the second term, as we go to the halftime break, and the Waverley Blues in control. Has the siren gone? Yes, it has.
Indeed.
Waverley Blues 10-4-64, leading Donvale 5-1-31. Half-time out here at Donvale Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together. At
Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome back to Donvale Reserve for the Eastlands match of the round between Donvale and the Waverley Blues. Both sides on the top of the ladder at the minute. Waverley Blues ahead on with the extra couple of games. Today they lead 10-4-64 to Donvale, 5-1-31 at halftime. And I'm joined by Blake Tennant and Will Faulkner for the halftime show here. Boys from the boundary, what's your thoughts on the assessment from the first half?
Afternoon, boys. It's an interesting one. I think the first quarter, Waverley Blues really had a lot of didn't have, I think, 10, 11 inside 50s, and they were just really, really successful on the scoreboard, really making the most of their entries. On the contrary, Donvale at the quarter-time huddle, as I said earlier, Kevin Collins was really confident that just winning the contested ball, that's how they get their way back into the game. They showed times as parts of that in the second quarter and probably didn't quite get it done. They probably let themselves down the last 5 minutes. So I think Donvale will go in quite disappointed, and Waverley Blues, they'll be happy with the opportunities they've capitalised on.
For me, point of view, I think Joshy Williamson, he's just having a superb game, kicking 5 goals at half time. He looks really like the vocal point for Waverley. I think Kevin Collins needs to get someone on him because he's causing havoc definitely for a Waverley Blues point of view. Donvale, yes, they've had chances in that second quarter where they're a bit, but they're lapses, and they need to start building it consistently after half time, because I tell you what, if you're down by 5 goals, it's pretty hard to come back, especially with Waverley. They're piling a lot of pressure on them, and it's very hard to see. Very hard for me to see Donvale getting back into the game.
You're right, and the midfield battle hasn't been completely one-sided. I think it's just when Waverley Blues do get the ball, and especially when they come across that wing, they just open the ground up, and their kicking, their skill level, everything is really professional. Their forwards lead up for the ball, and they've got a lot of speed to them. So a couple of times where they don't mark the ball, they're able to keep it in front of them. Just with Donvale's backline, you talked to about Ethan Duncan and his role down forward, and he's been really impressive. And I don't think you can move him back. But what are the options for Donvale back there? Because it's not just Williamson. Obviously, Steele can get involved. They've got Playstead. They've got midfielders that, if they don't want to pass them off, they've got the space to kick goals. how do they stop that? Because it's a very hard thing to break down.
It is a really hard thing, and I think sometimes it can work against you if you put too much attention into one player, like a Williamson who's kicked 6.5, can really open up the other forwards who haven't been able to get involved in the first half. Having said that, I think they just need to play him like a glove. You can't let someone kick 6 goals in a half. It is going to kill you. So probably just locking down on him a little bit. Ton Steele was really impressive, particularly in the first quarter. But I mean, it's been the smalls really for Waverley Blues that have got it done. And on the contrary, down at Donvale's forward line, Ethan Duncan's been their main man. So I was watching it quite closely on the boundary. There were times where they were wearing him like a glove, and other times he probably had 20, 30 metres of space. So that's probably something Waverley Blues would want to look at half time. But I think it's smalls for the Blues and tools for Donvale.
And Blake, when the Donvale do get the ball and they're able to lock it in sort of that forward 50, their pressure hasn't been too bad. A couple of times they've even been able to just slow the game down, lock it down, get some repeat ball ups in repeat stoppages. And is that the way for them to score? Because otherwise, they kick inside 50. Obviously, Duncan's a massive target up there, but Waverley Blues a few times have put 2 or 3 up to make a contest with him, and it's come to the ground. Is that the way to score against this Waverley Blues outfit?
Yeah, definitely. I think you got to lock it in your 450. I think that's what the thing is. And seeing Duncan, I feel like he's the main focal point. Like I was touched on, of course, with Waverley Blues, Williamson. He's been their focal point of the day, and I think Duncan, he just needs to start by talking to the boys, getting them up. 4 goals again by half time. I feel like if Donvale can just lock it in their 450 for the majority of the quarter, get the game back on their terms, I feel like they can win from there. But it's up to them if they really want to walk away with the 4 points.
And who stands out on this list from Donvale that probably needs to step up a bit? I mean, you can look at Zalak. Zalak in the middle's had a fair bit of the ball. He's been able to find it. He's used inside 50. He's not been too bad. Has there been other players that you probably look at, really need to step up? Is it that midfield that if they can start winning the centre clearances and be able to create more forward pressure and more entries, is that where it can be won?
Yeah, I think so. I think the man for me from Donvale, Kapakalakis, he's been quite good. He's been in and around the contest, but he looks like someone, without having watched him too much, who's probably got a lot of run and carry about him. He's quite quick on his feet. Just a little bit of energy, really. There hasn't been a lot of switching. I mean, considering how good the conditions are, that could be something Donvale look to try and break the game open because, as of now, you're 5 goals down at half time. You're probably going to need to try something a little bit different. While it has been a free-flowing game, the conditions are there to switch it. So that's something I would look at.
Yeah, exactly. And if you have just joined us, Waverley Blues currently lead 10-4-64 to Donvale 5-1-31. A couple of big outs for the game. Zach Haig and Nick Murphy, which has really thrown off their structure, boys, especially up in their forward line and in the rucks too. And that's probably been a big key when you've got look at the Waverley Blues and a guy like Williamson. A couple of those players out would be really good to play on him. And we're just going to go with our Matty Fodia in the score centre for some of the scores around the grounds.
Thank you, Ryan. So Premier Division, Rowville lead 55-34 out there at Seaback Oval. They're just slightly behind us, of course, with the Indigenous jumper, the celebrations there. So they're slightly behind everyone else. So late in the second quarter there. Norwood lead by 16 points over Berwick, 40-24. South Croydon by 5 goals over North Ringwood, 62-32. Doncaster 21 trail by 44 to Noah Park 65. Baldwin 37 lead, Vermont 33 at halftime. Close game once again between those two sides. Division 1, Wanty South by a goal over Lewerdale in their 1,000th game, 38-32 at the main break. Same margin for Bayswater and Montrose. It's the Waters by a goal there, 30-24. Mitcham kicking away from Beaconsfield. And the Tigers, they'll be looking to close in on third spot. They lead 53-26 over the Eagles. No update from either Croydon, Mooroolbark and Upper Gully and East Ringwood. It was Mooroolbark and East Ringwood leading comfortably last time we checked. Division 2, South Belgrave by 31 points over Boronia, 45-14. Mulgrave by a similar margin, 53-14 over Oakley District. The Basin lead by 13 over Templestowe. Low scoring affair out there, 28-15. East Burwood kicked away in the second quarter. They lead by 32 points over Heathmont. Knox and Ringwood, a 7-10 start. If you want to head out to Knox Gardens Reserve to catch that one later on tonight. Furniture Gully, they almost look home and hose, Ryan. They're kicking points, which is incredible. A goal, sorry. They lead by 28 points, 40-12 over Coldstream. And we're just waiting on an update from Fair Park and Warrandyte. And then in Division 4, Churnside lead 50-37. Kilsyth 45 trail Surrey Park by just 1 goal, 51. And Sylvan Croydon North is still, as we last updated it, 46-8.
And just before we get I'll go back to you boys in a second for your predictions with the second half. But Matty, just down at Rowville, and you can look at the socials now. The footage from the Roeville game, the pre-game there with the ceremony, the Indigenous jumpers for Roeville. Do you know if was it a player initiative led thing?
So Jethro Kalmer Holt, he believe he's the Carlton Indigenous Liaison or Indigenous Welfare Manager. He's playing for Roeville this year, so he kickstarted the movement. I'm sure there was other members of the club that wanted to get going, but he was the main architect and worked with his cousin Stephen Hanning, the artist from the Darwin and Tiwi Islands and so on. You can read more about it on efnl.org.au.
Absolutely fantastic. It's a great initiative, and we've seen Norwood do that last year as well with their jumpers. Boys, back to this game just quickly. Can we see any way that Donvale can get back into this?
Yeah, I think so. Look, as I said, at the quarter time huddle with Kevin Collins, I think they looked like they had a lot of a chance, and they were pretty keen to get back into it. He was confident.
And just quickly, Blake.
Yeah, I reckon Waverley too strong. Can't see Donvale getting in the game. Cost themselves in the first two halves.
All right, we'll be back for the third quarter just shortly. You're listening to the Eastland's Match of the Round at Donvale Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve as the sun comes out and looking quite pleasant out here. We did have the threat of some rain earlier today, but it's all looking very pleasant. A few dogs out on the ground, just starting to clear as we get ready for the second half. And, it's a second half that Donvale will need to start well because they trail by 33 points at half-time, and it's a bit of a worry for them, but they could still get back into this game. Jared, how do you see the second half going?
Look, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Donvale to really work their way back into this one, especially, it's the overshadowing
issue for Donvale is their outs in Murphy and Hagan. Hopefully they won't be out for too long when we look at the big picture. But right now in this game, they've got Duncan up forward who's performing really well, 4 out of their 5 goals. But honestly, with just him there kicking goals, it's difficult to see a way for them to sort of bridge the gap, and especially when right down at the other end, you've got so many options. Obviously Williamson with 5 has been the star of the day, and Ton Steele with 3. And of course, Playstead with just the 1, he can get on a run as well if they manage to lock down the other 2.
Ryan, if you were Kevin Collins, what would you do in terms of moving the magnets around for the second half?
I definitely wouldn't touch Duncan. I just don't think they really have too many options out there, and that's hard to say. And you've got to be able to do something. But if they can win the ball out of the middle a bit more and just be able to make the most of their opportunities when they do get it up forward, I just think I honestly think it's a game that's almost unwinnable. And they haven't played poorly. They've played quite well. It's just the Waverley Blues are just well and truly on top.
You're right, Ryan, mate. They don't swing the magnets. They just got to win it in the middle more. Yep.
So here's the start of the second half, and here's Jared Beanland to take us away.
Yep, so it's McCormack just shuffling a handball out to Rink West as the Donvale Magpies get the clearance here to start us off for the third quarter. Kent out on the wing. He sees Kapakalakis leading up in space. Good mark taken. I thought he went to play on. He did in the end. So he kicks it to the pack there. Duncan's there. He couldn't quite take the mark out the back. Is Strongman. He was wrapped up by 2. And we'll get a ball up here as Donvale look to get a good start to this third quarter. 64-31, of course, in favour of the Waverley Blues. Tap down there into space. I think it was by Perry. Rouser onto the attack, and he just wrapped up Hale. We'll get another ball up here just near the crook of the arc and the boundary line in the Donvale forward 50. Perry to go up against, I think it's Nash there for Donvale in the ruck. Good kick away, or not quite a good kick away. It's just floating over the line for Waverley Blues. It was taken over in the end by a Donvale player, and will get a ball in, I believe. Yep, it is a ball in, as Donvale were looking to disagree with that one.
Just an update from Sylvan and Croydon North. Sylvan 12-16-88, lead Croydon North 3-2-20.
Thanks, Matty.
So ball comes back in as we on the ground in dispute. Diving on it there was one of the Waverley Blues players. Couldn't quite extricate it though from the stoppage. So the umpire says we'll have a secondary ball up. Up it goes again. There's Perry getting there. And he gets to go just over the top of Nash. Now the ball is hurried forward, bouncing around, going back there, and a good smack, knocked away there into the arms of Liardi, who did thank you very much, because he's copped about 2 Waverley Blues defenders on him. He was very, in fact, we're still playing. I thought the umpire's whistle had gone
scrapping here.
Just an update from Kings Park. Upper Gully 1 behind. East Ringwood 9-13-67.
Umpire's whistle had gone, but we're having a bit of handbags at 5 paces on the ground. Knocked away there by Perry for the Waverley Blues side. Whistle's gone. So free kick to Donvale. Can they get the fast start here in this second term? There's the kick forward, trying to find a target. Sapanchi was there, worried his man out of the way. It's still there, though, for Donvale as they knock it forward, but they can't keep it in. They run out of room over there on the far side, and the ball goes across the boundary line.
Warrandyte 65, lead Fair Park 23.
So just waiting for the umpire to resume. Throws the ball in. Up it goes. Knocked away there into the arms of Sapanchi. Gets it forward. Nicely done there by McNamara, and they're off again, the Waverley Blues. They've had so much speed this afternoon, and their transition's been really good. Playstead got thrown out of the way, but he's going to go and have another crack for it. Picked up over there by McCormack. McCormack goes inbound, nicely done. Mark taken there, and they come again, Donvale, right across to the far side. Kapakalakis, Rinquist it was, who fumbled it, but he manages to get a second bite at the cherry. Goes inboard, tries to find a target. Now it's Rouser. Rouser says, where am I going now? He decides to go straight across the ground. Nice kick, Liardi now. Going from one side of the ground to the other. Liardi's caught. That might be holding the ball. Umpire says play on, though. McCormack did well, gets it down, and they're away here, Donvale, as they go inside 50. Here's the kick towards Slocum, and it's gone through. It's been knocked through for a minor score. Slocum had an opportunity there, but he just couldn't get to the front spot, and it's through for a minor score. So the margin exactly doubled, and it's Waverley Blues 10-4-64 versus Donvale's 5-2-32. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had some 3 minutes in this third term.
Let's quickly go check some scores with Matty.
Half time out at Roval, and it's the Hawks 69, leading Park Orchards 43.
Thank you. So on the kick in there, it was McNamara on the kick in for the Waverley Blues. Strong mark taken over there by the Blues, so they're going to be able to link up well here. If Mohammed is able to pick it up, he wasn't. Good tap along though, and it's Kinsella just with the kick across the wing here. Good contest there. Ton Steele scoops it up. Great pickup by Steele. Oh, he was tackled, however, in the end, holding the ball. That was well done there. And we're having a look at Braden Bowden, who's just going to hand it off. They're really trying to force the switch here. Donvale, Kapikalakis out in the wing, running out to meet it. Oh, good stuff by Williamson. He's fast, isn't he, for a big man? He beat Kapikalakis to it, tapped it to his own advantage, but his handball didn't go particularly far, and we'll have another ball in over on the wing.
Donvale looking to spread, as Jared called their run, and play on literally at all costs. So every time they take a mark, they look to go immediately.
Yep.
I can see the argument. I wouldn't mind a little bit more composure, but I prefer that to maybe, being risk averse.
Yep, and forcing all the stoppages all the time. So, tap down there. It ended up with Kinsella. Waverley Blues to try and force it forward again. Miller might have got a push in the back and a bit of a high
and round the neck.
contact. Yeah, let's go down to the boundary really quickly.
Boys, just looks like Donvale are playing one loose behind the ball. It's been different players across the last few minutes, but definitely +1.
Thanks for that, Will. So, being tackled there was Facey, I think it was, and Kinsella gets the kick towards forward 50. Fighting for it there was Liardi. This is of the Matt variety for Donvale. He managed to get the handball out to Will. Smothered, however, by Miller. That was well done. Picked up, however, by McCormack. Donvale really trying to fight it forward here, but it's been they've been beaten to it again, this time by Hale. His kick was a centering one for Waverley Blues inside forward 50. Johnson couldn't get a clear touch, neither could Mohammed, and it's going to be wrapped up once again for Donvale. It's at centre-half forward for Waverley Blues.
I'm a little annoyed, Ryan, that we haven't actually get to see Donvale with Haig and Murphy in it, because they've competed really well around the footy. It'd be interesting to see if they had their two twin towers, that whether this game would be a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, 100%, and that's probably the big difference in the end when you look at Waverley Blues, who they've got up forward.
Absolutely fair comment, as the ball is picked up nicely by Sapanchi, wheels around, and he gets a second bite at the cherry. Now he goes long, trying to find a target, punched away. They good spoil out towards the boundary. It's still going to stay in over there, though. Mohammed went past it.
Oh,
on the ground.
no, that's no good.
That's a free kick.
That should be a yellow card.
Yeah. Yep, there's a Donvale player on the ground,
Tom
and
Steele.
it is a yellow
Tom
card.
Steele was the,
To be honest, that should be weeks too. I hate to cut you off there, but that should be a report. Players over the footy. Tom Steele, he's run past the footy, hip and shoulder straight over bloke's head. That should be weeks.
Yep. So Tom Steele, that's going to be a bit of time in the naughty corner for him as he wanders off, and rightly so too. Who was the Donvale player, boys?
I think it was Bowden.
Bowden, so hopefully he's okay, but he certainly took a frightful tumble. Cheap shot from Steele. He's better than that, as Matty said.
It's a shame, because he's been a very, very good player this afternoon, and a very important player to their lineup.
So you can have a bit of a think about things for the next 10 minutes or so. As the what have we got going on here? Not much. Going back, so
it should be 25, shouldn't it, from a yellow card? I am certain that a yellow card is a free kick and a 25, but I'm not sure.
I don't think there was a couple this morning, and I don't think there was a 25 at all.
Oh, a couple this morning.
Oh, one, sorry. Apologies.
Okay.
So Bowden brings it back in. He's the kick down towards Duncan. Couldn't get to the hands to the ball. He was on the front spot too. Now the ball sent forward by the Waverley Blues. Can someone get on the end of it? Wheeling around there. Oh, great tackle it was. As I think it was Facey got slammed out of the way there. Now the ball goes inbounds.
Oh.
And it's a goal.
It's a goal. Williamson.
Williamson again. You can't miss him with the... that headband, well, it's not really a headband, it's a bandage, whatever you call it, but he's got another one. Williamson, he's having an absolute field day, and the margin now out to 38 points, 11-4-70, plays 5-2-32 as we go boundary side.
Yeah, I just had a couple of the Waverley Blue boys just come up to me asking how many goal of the day nominations that is for Williamson. So they're all getting around him here at boundary side.
It's a bit rough on Donvale, Ron, because for most of this quarter, we seem to hear more Donvale names called. They seem to have more hands on the footy, but they just can't quite put any sort of chains together. And then obviously Williamson only needs half a sniff at the moment.
I think it's really just personnel, because their pressure's been there. The intensity hasn't dropped since the start of the game. They find plenty of the ball, but then I don't know what you can do there when Williamson.
They're not going to win this one. They're not going to win this one, but I don't think they're that far off.
No, I don't think they are either.
Indeed. So we're just going to have a secondary ball up here on the part of the umpire from the centre circle. Real quick tap down there, ended with a Waverley Blues possession in English. He gets it back, however. That was good by English. Finds Kramer. He was wrapped up. Waverley Blues now going forward once again.
Oh.
Perry just shrugged a tackle. That was excellent. Left foot ball towards Williamson. Once again. Oh, it's like shelling peas out there for Josh.
I know he didn't get the tackle, but just the effort from Zalek then. He was a fair way behind. He really chased it.
But Nick Perry, it's just another case of Perry and Sapanchi held their width at that stoppage. So if Waverley Blues won it, they had outriders. If Donvale win it, they have nowhere to go.
And it's Williamson around the body once again. Another goal. That's his 7th. Goodness me.
He's on for 10 here.
Yeah. He is. Paul Whitbourne as well. He's just come into the side today. I don't think he knew what he was going to get involved with.
Yeah, Whitbourne, Mill. It comes back to that thing that the Waverley Blues are playing with such confidence and in each other, Ryan. Yep. Like I said, if you watch around the stoppages, and we've seen it all year, the really good sides, when they go to stoppage, don't overcommit numbers so that when they do win it, they've got an ability to break and spread, and that's where the outside run comes into it. Donvale at the moment, because they want to get back in this game, everyone's so keen, they overcommit. So when they are winning it, they can only really do 1 metre handballs or rush kick forwards, and obviously that it hurts when you don't have your premier ruckman and premier forward in the side. But there's just little things that they can tweak. But again, to be honest, I don't think they're that far off the Waverley Blues.
So they're off again, Waverley Blues, and that's a high tackle on McNamara, so he'll get a free kick.
That's unfortunate because it was nearly holding the ball there.
So McNamara sends it long. Usually a comfortable mark there. No one in absolute a mile of English. Well, probably a kilometre in this day and age, of course. Now we're in metrics. Sounds a bit of candy now. He gets the kick forward. Can someone get on the end of it? It's Rouser back there. Takes a good mark.
Welcome to the 21st century, Besto.
I'm so sorry. So fresh. Sorry, it wasn't fresh. It was Mill. Mill gets it across the half-back line. Now they're slowing it down here, Donvale. Just trying to find a target. They really don't have a lot forward of the ball, so it's really just a bit of kick and hope. Now the kick goes inbounds. Having said that, Zalek took the mark. He dropped it, but the umpire said we'll pay it. He had it for long enough. Here's the kick out wide. Up they fly. Goes over the back. Kapikalakis couldn't quite get it, but he gets it on the second go. That was good play. Second attempt. Ball goes over the top. Duncan was there. Goes and tries to get it again. Now it's on the ground. Claimed there by number 39 39 is Kinsella. Now the ball picked up on the ground over there. Good work. Nicely cleared away by Waverley Blues, and they'll get it out towards the far side. Mark not taken over there. It was Mohammed. Now it's back for Donvale as they spread it inbounds. Trying to get hands on it there was Perry. Couldn't do so. Back for Waverley Blues again. Now it's McNamara. Little chiseling kick. Not a good one, but it's worked out okay. Now it's number 51, Johnson. He's caught himself in a bit of trouble, and that'll be holding the ball. Good work there by...
They've got one-on-ones, Donvale. They've got to go quick.
There was an opportunity gone begging there before when Holland dropped the mark for Donvale, but looks like they'll have another opportunity again through McCormack. He's got a man in space. Gee, a little bit lackadaisical there, but he's made it. And so Donvale to go for goal, or to set it up, in fact. High kick in, towards the centre.
Oh, that's a mark. You've got to pay that, don't you?
Rouser, I reckon, took that, but unfortunately the umpire disagreed, so we'll have a ball up here, just at the top of the square. Really, Donvale trying to press home the advantage that they've had throughout this third quarter. The tap down, well done. Johnson gets a secondary tap, and it's come out to Sapanchi now, and they can clear here the Waverley Blues. Out to Miller. He shares it around with Hawkins from right half back there. Zalach is trying to break up the play there. He was tackled by two. That was well done by Meyer and English, and they are going to force the ball up there.
You can see like that piece of play there from Waverley Blues. Like they managed to clear from a really dangerous spot with just handballs. And I know they sort of work. They probably got a bit too complicated there, but you can see why they're so good when they break away from the centre.
So Donvale actually got the better of that clearance this time. Sinisic is going to centre the ball. Duncan nearly took that mark. Could have been a free kick, but Butcher is going to share it on the outside here for the Waverley Blues. Hawkins goes for a trot down the wing. He's just going to kick it into absolute space. Nobody there at all. So it's going to be Bowden to lead the race. He just got tackled by Rufus in the end, got a handball away. Now it's Kent for Donvale. They're going to try and find their way forward. Another good tackle by Waverley Blues. Kent gets the handball back. Let's have a look at what's going on there. It's Rehnquist shared it back with Heverin. And let's go to the score centre real quick with Matt.
Yeah, so Berwick at the front, 6-7 to 6-6 over Norwood, and South Croydon lead by 24 points over North Ringwood Saints. Have got the last few, 39 to 63 there.
Thank you, Matty. So here's Donvale now with an opportunity. Whistle's gone. What is the umpire saying here? Wants it to come back. And Rouser it is with the footy. And now he puts it on the right foot. He's had a good third quarter, Rouser, as the ball goes inbound. Mark not taken there by Hawkins on the ground, and they've got it again, Donvale. Plenty of endeavour, but not a lot of scoring as they go inside 50. That'll be a free kick. Should go the way of the Vales. Just wait for the umpire.
It's going to the Waverley Blues, I believe.
It's going to the Waverley Blues, okay.
Quick score centre.
Yeah, Division 2, South Barrow have 6-9-45. Baronia have kicked the first two of the second half. They're 4-2-26. And then just the other score from Division 1 that's been updated. Mitcham 10-6-66, lead Beaconsfield 5-4-34. So it looks like the Tigers might be moving into third spot.
So Rouser again, he's having a colossal third quarter. He's doing his bit to try and get Donvale back into this game as he spreads it out wide. And ball on the ground. But there's too many Waverley Blues players there. They've been hungry around the footy today. Off it goes McNamara. A good little burst by him. Gets a handball away. Strange one, but Hale did miraculously well to keep control of that. Now he gets the kick forward. After it is Facey. But going back there and getting it was Bowden. Knocked or dangerous ball back inside. Here's the little handball from McCormick. They're getting themselves into trouble. Donvale. They're looking a bit dodgy at the back as the ball goes inside. Place there, puts a bit of pressure on. Ball on the ground, and the umpire says we will probably have a whistle, I'd say. No, it's come out. Play on. I think that's Facey again. He snaps it forward towards full forward. Goes over the back. Williamson, can he get a kick away? Oh, he's taken in a tackle. He was trying so hard to get his boot to the ball, but he just couldn't do so. And in the end, it's a free kick to Donvale. Good defence.
Yeah, brilliant, desperate stuff there by Kapakalakis on the last line of defence. He's going to clear the ball here for Donvale. He finds Matt Liardi. Just assessing their options here, Donvale. A little bit slower on this play than they have been for the rest of the quarter. He's going to push it down the line. It was a long, high kick. Butcher was there to try and intercept marker. I thought Duncan might have taken the mark, however. No, it was off hands. Now, I think it's McCormack to get the ball into space. There's a bit of a switch going on here for Donvale. Running onto it now and being knocked over. That was Kent. Good tackling by Liardi. Dylan, that is, as Hale tried to fight it away. There's been a free kick. Let's have a look. It was too high, I believe, on
Donvale
Waverley. Oh, it was a Donvale free kick.
No.
And then... Yeah, I'm not sure what it was too high on Hale. Let's quickly go to the score centre with
Churnside Park lead at Forest Hill, 9-9-63 to 44. And then in Division 1, it's East Ringwood, 67 to Upper Fenchurch Gully, one behind.
So Sam Hale to play on with it. He received the 25 there. His target was obviously Williamson. Couldn't quite take it. Good tackle there on Heverin as he tries to get the ball away. He manages to do so. Eventually, Facey was met with a hard tackle there by Donvale. Getting it away, Dylan Liardi now gets it to Kapakalakis in the middle of the ground. They're going fast here, Donvale. Duncan's one out. Can he take the mark over the top? Yes, he can.
Nice.
Brilliant positioning and good hands there by Ethan Duncan. Can he go back and slot his fifth for the day here? And, well, it's a bit of an understatement perhaps, but an important one for Donvale.
One of their best plays of the afternoon, the transition from half-back. And their ball movement today hasn't been that bad. But
it's the final product.
Yeah, it is. And one mistake, Waverley Blues are all over you. So
and Waverley Blues, they do everything in waves. So once you do turn it over, it's like six blokes just automatically hit the accelerator, and it's hard to stop.
It's going to need to be an accurate one here, but he's dead in front, about 35, 40 metres out. Ethan Duncan, the kick is on its way. Oh, it just slammed it into the left-hand goalpost there. Unfortunate for Donvale, as they're going to move up here to 5-3-33 to Waverley Blues 12-4-76. We've gone 17 and a half minutes here in the third quarter, and Sapanchi will take the kick in.
So he's done his bit today, Duncan. Not a natural forward, of course, throwing forward today with all the laid-outs for Donvale, but he certainly played his part as Sapanchi goes for a run. Now sticks a little kick forward. Mark is taken. It's a solid play. Fresher it is. Nick Fresher puts it out towards the wing. Oh, that's a terrific grab over there. That's English going for the ball. In fact, it wasn't English. It was Kramer. Now they get it out wide to McNamara.
He's been good.
He has been good. I was just about to say that. Matty took the words out of my mouth. Out towards Williamson. Goes at the second attempt, gets it now, gets a handball back inside. This is great. You can see the ball control from the Waverley Blues. It's been one of the hallmarks of their game all day. And whilst it doesn't amount to anything, their ability just to keep possession and just link up has been really, really good.
And their pressure, their forward pressure from guys like Plaisted, if he doesn't have the ball, he's hunting it.
So one out of the middle there one out of the head out, should I say, by Donvale. Now the kick forward, and that's Williamson. He almost had it there. Ball on the ground, well, not quite on the ground, but it's been in dispute. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. Facey it was, who took control of that one.
So, ball up here inside Waverley Blues' forward 50. Tap down. Well, it goes straight to Mohammed. Can he kick another one for the Waverley Blues? Yes, he can. What a snap there. Fast play there by Waverley. That was wonderful. Let's just take a quick look at the replay for those of us watching on YouTube and Facebook. Tap down there. Goodness me, he was right onto it.
That's straight off the training ground. You know that one. That's the sort of stuff you do at under 12s training, where you're just learning basics of rut work, which is probably the danger sign there for Kevin Collins, Ryan. The fact that their effort's been the one thing all day we couldn't have questioned, and though that little thing, that the ease of which Mohammed just came through the stoppage there is a little bit dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and they won't like that because they haven't given too many of those away this afternoon. It's been more the ones where they're coming across from the wing where they use it so well.
Let's go to the boundary.
Yeah, just got some injury news for Waverley Blues. Number 10, Nick Perry, he's down. It looks like his knee is a bit sore, but I'll get back to you on the reason why it's a bit sore. So back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Blake. As the ball goes out there, it's Rouser who gets the kick forward. Nice mark there taken by, is that Liardi? I think
it's Rehnquist.
Rehnquist it is too. So Rehnquist now wheels around onto the right foot, goes into the pocket. Almost taken there by Duncan. Goes into it's in dispute. And the umpire says we'll have the ball up. So
quick score update with Matt.
Yeah, just over at Bayswater Oval. Looks like the Waters are going to beat Montrose. They're up 56 to 26 at three-quarter time.
That is a huge result. As not too many of us picked that. As we go boundary side with Will this time.
Yeah, just a quick one. Nick Perry is back on the ground. Back to you.
Thank you, boys. So Rouser, handball inside. And here's the opportunity now for Donvale. They'll need a couple of quick ones just to get themselves firstly back in touch and then maybe try and pull some rabbits out of the hat in the last quarter, but they've got a fair bit of work to do. That's a terrible kick, and Hawkins says thank you very much. Takes an easy mark, and they'll rebound. Here they come. It's Butcher. It's a long kick up the grounds. Oh, nice work taken there by Facey. He's been good for the Blues today. Facey, long kick forward, goes past Playstead, and the whistle's gone.
Just a couple more scores. Norwood have kicked the last three, so they lead 60 to 43 over Berwick. And then in Division 1, Mitcham have kicked another one, 72 to 34 out there. So looking the goods at the moment, Mitcham. And then East Burwood still the big leaders over Heathmont by 32 points.
Anything from the Bulls game, Matty?
Just the Bulls game, same as that halftime score. They're updating it at each break, Doncaster. So 44 points to Noble.
Thank you. As the ball goes inbound, knocked away. Oh, that's a strong tackle there. And the ball has come clear. Donvale will win it again as they get it forward. Nice work by Hawkins. Gets a handball off to Sapanchi. Gets it forward. Now here's the big man Williamson, not there on this occasion. That's a good strong mark taken. And Donvale will rebound.
Scott Heverin there. Good hands. And we've got another kick there onto Liardi. Just at centre-half back for Donvale. Once again, a bit on the slow play, but here they go on the switch. Duncan is down the line there. It's nearly a brilliant one-handed mark juggler by Duncan.
His performance is, you can't understate it. I think it might get swept under the carpet, but he's kicked 4 goals, won, and done incredibly well as the lone forward in a pretty big loss at the moment.
Absolutely. So it's just fallen for Donvale here in the forward line. It's just the one behind. Let's quickly go down to the boundary line.
Just some news from Waverley Blues. Number 72, Tom Steele, he got sent off last quarter. He's back on the ground now. And some worrying news as well. Josh Williamson, the moment of the game, you would say, he's just getting re-strapped on the ground, and he'll be coming back on the ground as soon as possible. So back to you.
Thank you for that. So hopefully, Williamson, we can see some more heroics from him before the day is out, as Playstead just works it down the wing there. Mark taken, and they're going to go inside here, Waverley Blues. They've got such confidence, don't they, that they can just cut Donvale apart through the middle, and this time it's Miller down the line. Ton Steele is back there. No, it wasn't him, actually. It was Rufus. He lays a bit of a high tackle there, I think, on Rouser, but the umpire didn't see it that way. It's going to be a ball up there for Waverley Blues in that forward line.
Chirnside Park have extended their lead to 31 points over Forest Hill, and meanwhile Surrey Park and Kilsyth just remain 7 points the difference.
So Donvale to try and fight it out of there. It's not going to work out. Let's go quickly down to the boundary line once again.
Yeah, the real reason why Williamson is actually off, he's actually taken.
Oh, Zaton Steele with a goal again. He's back onto the ground and making an impact immediately with his fourth. Sorry to cut you off there, but wonderful goal from the stoppage. It was just about a carbon copy of Mohammed's goal just a few minutes ago. Waverley Blues just piling it on now.
That was Nick Perry straight out of the ruck, Tom Hawkins style. And once again, giggles in the background there. You can't quite hear him, but he's called it a training drill. And the game, this last 5 minutes has started to look like that, hasn't it, Ryan? Well, just the way that the pressure's completely dropped off. I know Duncan did create a score, but the way Waverley just walked it out of there.
It's the thing about confidence. When the Waverley Blues have the ball, they run with numbers. They've got plenty of run. They link up. Donvale now, when they get the ball, they're a bit hesitant, and that's probably a big difference between both sides' ball movement.
Let's go down to the boundary.
Yeah, the real reason why Josh Williamson actually went off is because he couldn't breathe through the strapping that he had. There's about 3 loads of strapping. Just saw the trainer then just take it off then. So the new Josh Williamson now, he has got no strapping on right now on his face, and he looks to come on the ground anytime sooner. So back to you.
So can he get to 10 today? We predicted it a bit earlier, the way he was going. I think he's up to 7 at the moment, and there's a free kick in here. A little bit of push and shove, nothing too much though. So ball up, in fact, not a free kick. Up it goes. Up they fly. One by placed it out of the ruck. In the hands there of the Donvale player. I think it's Rehnquist on the ground, taking in a heavy tackle.
South Croydon have kicked 4 in a row to extend their lead out to 43 points after a mini challenge from North Ringwood.
And so another ball up. Oh, I tell you what.
Oh, who's that?
That is
Facey, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Roper. Put a little short when I was actually watching. Then he got one in the midriff. I don't think it was a particularly hard punch, but it was a bit unnecessary. That could have been a yellow card.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we play on for now as the whistle's gone.
It's on in the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
They're all getting stuck into Roper.
Let's go down to the boundary
really quickly.
So we just got a card, actually. Daniel Roper, number 38, has just got his card now. He a little kick. He actually kicked one of the players from Waverley. Cards now as we speak. And, back to you.
So while this is all getting broken up, let's quickly go to the score centre with Matt.
Score centre, Mooroolbark 7-10-52, lead Croydon 1-4-10. So another big win on the cards for Mooroolbark and for Croydon. That'll be 2 pretty poor losses in a row. And the side that defeated them last week, Mitcham, have extended out to a 55-point lead, 14-6-90 to Beaconsfield, 5-5-35. So I'm not that good at maths, but I reckon Mitcham might have jumped into third spot.
We have underrated them a bit before the last couple of weeks. We probably
I will say one thing, Ryan. My maths is better than best knows.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be hard.
Three-quarter time score from Vermont. It's 7-3-35, the Eagles, trailing Baldwin 6-11-47. So a bit back to earth for Baldwin after they polled on 200 last week, but another exciting game out there.
Thanks, Matty. So another yellow card. We're getting more cards out here than a Las Vegas poker school at the moment.
Who's this one for?
That was for Daniel Roper, was it not?
Just he's just confirming. It's just the last one. So that's only 2 we've had today.
Templestowe have hit the front in Division 2, 8-3-51 to the Basin, 6-6-42. So that if they win that one, it'll be the Dockers will get 2 in a row, and it'll be a disappointing loss for the Basin, but it'll be good news for Boronia fans because they remain 30 points down against South Belgrave.
So here they come again, Sapanchi, Waverley Blues on the attack again, in the hands there of number 39, who was Kinsella. Now back inside. Here they come again, the Waverley Blues. Johnson, he's caught, just gets a kick away in the nick of time, but it's there for Donvale, and they'll hack it forward up towards, but it's Sapanchi, went without it. Now it's on the ground again. I think that was Johnson again trying to get his hands on it there, but it comes out and the whistle's gone.
Update from Coldstream. The Cougars have kicked the last 3, 5-8-38, trailing Ferntree Gully 6-5-41. So the gully wobbles. It's happening again.
And there is the siren as the kick goes across the face of the ground. So it's certainly been Waverley Blues who've had the better of this third quarter, and they're well in control as we go to the three-quarter time break. It's the Blues 14-4-88 over the Donvale side. 5-4-34. Major goal kickers, Jared?
Yes, we've got Williamson, of course, with 7. The big one of the day, Ton Steele, really quickly with 4. 1 each for Playstad, Mohammed and Kramer. For the Magpies, we've got Ethan Duncan, their main goal kicker, with 4 is, Ethan Duncan, and Charlie Kent with just the 1.
So we go to the break at three-quarter time, and it's all to do for Donvale. Can they make it input and come back in this match? We'll find out in a few minutes as we go to the break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on EFNL Game Day. Coming to you live, of course, we're broadcasting on the SEN App today and 98.1 Frat Radio Eastern. And, of course, watching live on Facebook and YouTube as we go down to the boundary.
G'day guys, yeah, just got Waverley Blues coach Tom Langford. Tom, you talked about in your quarter-time speech. You'll definitely say that your brand of footy is working today.
I think so. I mean, we've got a lot of players out. I think 6 or so of probably our best 22. So we're able to next man up syndrome sort of mentality, and it's really working so far.
Yeah, definitely. You would say Joshy Williamson is having a massive impact today.
Well, he did last week also, and, he's a quality player. We've been able to, get him used to playing alongside our other forwards. Obviously, we're missing Big Matt Perry today, obviously the leading goal kicker from last season, but we've got another man, who's doing the job.
Any changes at all, or just keep it the same to the last quarter?
We want to try and win the quarter. I mean, the job's not done. We can't let ourselves down because we've produced so far. We've got a couple of guys that will sit the quarter on the bench that are, carrying injuries. But, we're confident that we'll continue to move the ball like we want to score.
Thanks for joining us, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Blake. Good job down there as we go into the score centre now as we get close to some of the other games coming to an end. Here's Matt Fodio.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Premier Division, as we mentioned, it's Balwyn by 2 points over Vermont. Noble Park by 85 points over Doncaster with a quarter to go. South Croydon by 43 at the similar stage. Norwood lead by 4 goals over Berwick. So job not done there, but Norwood impressive performance away to Berwick. It's not an easy trip. And Roval, of course, are in front by 30 points at half-time. In Division 1, Wanturna South lead by 14 points over Lillardale. Bayswater by 30 over Montrose. Mitcham by 54 over Beaconsfield and Mooroolbark by 30 over Croydon. In Division 2, it's South Belgrave by just 21 over Baronia at three-quarter time. Templestowe by 9 points over the Basin. East Burwell by 38 over Heathmont. And in Division 3, It's Ferntree Gully and Coldstream seems to be a close game. Once again, of course, Ferntree Gully are involved. They lead 6-5-41 to 5-9-39, which is obviously a close one in Division 4. Churnside Park 81, lead Forest Hill 44.
Thank you, Matty. Some interesting results here, particularly that Templestowe result.
Yeah.
So we'll talk a bit more about that as the ball is taken to ground.
That's the one I was going to mention as well, for sure.
And just that Ferntree Gully score, sorry to hark back, I know they've been the story of the year. They kicked just one behind that quarter to Coldstream's 4-3.
Oh, dear.
So Donvale, what can they produce in this last quarter? Can't win the game, but can they get something going and at least get a bit of something from this match? Duncan, he's been good for Donvale, one of their better players. Overran the ball. Now the handball back to McNamara. He could well be in the votes today as a little chip goes out wide, trying to find the target over there. Oh, terrific grab. That is great stuff. Steele it was. He's been good today as well with his 4 goals. Little handball inside, and they're off to the races again. Waverley Blues kick down towards number 2 is Williamson again. He's got...
he's thinking about 10, isn't he?
Yep. He's got 7, so...
He's not passing this quarter.
No.
He only needs 3 more, and you'd back him. It's a fairly long kick, but if he gets hold of it...
They've been accurate all day, Waverley Blues as well. 14-4, of course.
So back he goes, looking for number 8. Comes in, kick on its way. Do they like it behind the goals? No, they don't. It's short. Ball punched away there by Donvale, and they're trying to head to the... It was Bowden, and he just couldn't get to the boundary line quick enough. He just wanted to get it over, and he's managed to do it, and it's through for a minor score.
He was going for it like he was playing rugby.
Oh, dear. So 89-34 as Donvale bring it back into play.
Indeed. So the kick in there came from McCormack, marked now. I believe this is Ablett. So he's going to just kick it down the line.
Quick score as well from Kilsyth. The Cougars are in front, 11-6-72 to Surrey Park, 9-9-63.
Another upset on the cards.
Oh, that is interesting. Josh Ward won't be happy about that one. So over to English, and it's back inside forward 50 for Waverley Blues. Ton Steele.
Where's Williamson?
Doesn't seem to think he has the boot for it. So McNamara is the pass-off option. Over to Miller now, just on the wider side. Now he's going to try and center it up. There's Williamson, but it's Mohammed instead. Williamson was just the decoy this time. It's hard to say that, really.
I don't think he was the decoy. I think the kick missed him.
That's the results-based thinking on my part. So Mohammed will go back and try and slot the 15th for the Waverley Blues. And this will be his 2nd, I believe, for the day. And his 9th for the season. Yep. And it is indeed Mohammed. He gets it through, and Waverley Blues just continue to march on in this game. A bit of a percentage booster now at this point.
Would you put an extra play on him? Just stop the sort of the Brendan Favola tactic with Clarkson.
He's not quite closing in on 100 for the year.
But just stop and kick 10?
Let's go down to the boundary line real quick with Will Faulkner.
Boys, just a quick one. The message from Coach Kevin Collins for Donvale at 3/4 time. A lot of 1v1 football. The message was when they lose the ball, reset, defend one-on-one. Hasn't worked early, but we can continue to see that this quarter.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will. As the ball goes back into play, so Donvale trying to win it out of the middle, but they can't do so on the boot of Hale. He's been good, and he finds...
Mohammed's going to get in the way of Williamson on quarter.
Mohammed, he's going to steal some of the limelight, and he's going to go back and have another shot and try and kick his 3rd.
He might get 10.
Well, he's got a bit of time. If he can get one every couple of minutes, he may well. So here's Mohammed. Looking pretty confident. Smooth approach as he tries to kick his 3rd and bring up the 100 for the Waverley Blues, and he's done it. So 3 for Mohammed, and the century is up. The Waverley Blues get their 16th of the afternoon, or have I gone 1-2? No, I haven't. 16-5, 101, play 5-4-34, and we've had some 3 minutes in this final term.
Really says something about their forward line structure and the options they have. For him to kick 3, Williamson's obviously with the 7, and Steele's had the 4 and probably could have kicked it 1 or 2 more, and Matt Perry's not even in the side, so it's just crazy the amount of depth they have at the moment. And
O'Connell missing as well.
Yeah,
that's it's kind of mind-blowing.
Impressive list.
Scary.
East Ringwood 14-15-99, lead Upper Gully 2-2-14.
Yep, indeed. So we've got Nash just holding things up for Donvale, really trying to stop Waverley Blues from getting this clearance once again. Liardi there just trying to do the same work. He actually breaks away with it this time, kicks a right foot ball into space. Rehnquist will be the first one to touch it. No, it bounced cruelly for him. Back out to Kent now. He was tackled without it, however, having a bit of a laugh at himself. The infringer, I think, was Hawkins. Now out to Rouser. He's going to line up a kick inside 50. Going for the fly there was Zalic. That was impressive. Good leap on Zalic. And he's going to go for a kick. I think he had a kick from about here on, I think, was it quarter time or half time?
He's a tiny bit closer, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just quickly, other scores. Warrandyte lead by 43 points, 86 to 43 over Fair Park. And Coldstream have hit the front, 7-9-51 to Ferntree Gully, 6-5-41.
Gee, it's going to be a heartbreak city for Ferntree Gully if they go down there. This time, however, it's Zalic on the kick. And I think it's just faded. Yeah, indeed it has. So we'll get a kick in here for the Waverley Blues.
Fought hard all afternoon.
Just another score as well. So Churnside look like they're going to be comfortable winners over Forest Hill. They lead by 50 points early stage of this last quarter. Sylvan, 126 to 32 over Croydon North with a quarter to go.
So Waverley Blues bring the ball back into play, just chipping it around across the half-back line. Kick goes into Mohammed's direction. He took the mark, I think.
Rowville and Park Orchards. Park Orchards have started well. So they're 15 minutes into the third quarter. They're well behind us. Rowville 11-9-75. Park Orchards 9-9-63. So the Sharks have kicked the first few after half-time.
So good spoil. And the ball knocked out of bounds over there at runabout half-back. And we just have to wait for them someone to go and grab the footy now. So 101 to 35, 11 goals the difference. Probably wouldn't have thought at the beginning of the day it would have been quite as one-sided as this, but in light of the late outs for Donvale, it has made it difficult for them as the ball goes in. And it's in the hands now of Nash. He's been all right today. He's tried very hard. And he takes it across the boundary line.
The effort's certainly been there. There's been a lot of players on the side that have the intensity and the pressure.
They're just missing 3 or 4 key players. It's not like the 18th to 22 have dropped off. It's probably 2 of their top 5 have really dropped out of the side.
Well, if you want to compare, if they were playing maybe a lower ranked side, I think this is a pretty close game.
They'd probably scrap home on their intensity and so on. And then if you add Murphy and Haig in, just when they have had momentum, they probably get more out of it. And all of a sudden, it's a closer game for longer because these last probably 20 or so minutes, it's become a bit of a training drill.
It has indeed. Would have given Kevin Collins a lot of options too. He could have moved things around a wee bit. As the ball goes back inside, now here's an opportunity for Hawkins. Off he goes. In fact, sorry, it wasn't Hawkins, it was Liardi. Kick out there, mark almost taken, but it's been dropped, but they've still got it, Donvale. Now the ball in the hands, and they kick forward towards half forward, towards full forward, sorry. It's been spoiled away towards the boundary. Can they keep it in over there? Hale it was. Gets it back to McNamara, who goes across the face. It's a dangerous kick. Ball bobbling around it in the end. It's handball. It's still in play. I thought they'd gone through, but it has now. And it's been seen over the boundary line. So the margin stays at 66, 16-5, 101 to 5-5, 35. 7.5 minutes gone in this final term. So as the boys said, a big percentage boost for the Waverley Blues today.
I can update you on. I'll just keep those scores rolling through when we've got a little few gaps there. So reminder, Baldwin by just 2 points over Vermont at 3/4 time, and Norwell Park by 85 over Doncaster.
Okay, so the ball for the Blues. Whistle's gone. It's a Doncaster result. I mean, no one would have seen that.
Yeah, I don't know about 85 points. I wasn't backing them.
Certainly, it's a lot more than I think everyone had thought.
As Ethan Duncan gets a free kick and line up for 5 out of, what, 6?
Yeah, it would be 6 if he kicks this.
If you'd said to me Ethan Duncan's kicking 90% of their score, I would have thought either he's had a massive day or Donvale have a shocking day. So unfortunately for them, it's been the second option.
So he's been a lone hand, Ethan Duncan, but he's fought bravely in the absence of the 2 big men, in the Haig and Murphy. Trying to get half a dozen for the day. The kick is on its way. How does it look? Looks to be sprayed, and it is. It's off target. So it goes through for a minor score, and the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's 16-5, 101, playing 5-6, 36. We've had nearly 9 minutes in this final term.
Unfortunate for Donvale once again. So good mark there taken by Rufus. It was Hatch with the kick, and Rufus managed to flummox. It was Mannion there for Donvale. He gets it off to English, who has a bit of time and space to work out what to do with it. Waverley Blues now push it forward. Johnson is there, took a strong mark. Just out on the outer wing there, attacking side of the ground for Waverley Blues. He gets it, the kick towards Heverin, well done. He took the mark there over Playstead, which is a hard thing to do. Heverin's been working hard back there today for Donvale. Out to Kent on the wing. He sees an option off over the top there for Donvale. It's Rinkwest. He's going to turn around, look for a option inside forward 50. None there for him. Hawkins will sweep it up for Waverley Blues. He gets the kick across to Miller. So Miller passes it off. Hatch, I think it is, running out of defence for Waverley Blues. Bit of circle work. We've seen this before, haven't we? And it was Heverin against Playstead once again. Heverin even halved the contest, but now it's going to come out. Waverley Blues gets it towards their forward 50. Good punch over the top, however. By Donvale, but it was sharked by Waverley Blues. Here's Williamson again. He was tackled and held, I think. Just the panic there from, it was Whitbourne again. Unfortunate stuff, and Williamson will go back, try and line up for his 8th of the day.
Just a quick score update from Tarara Road. All locked up at 53 apiece, Vermont and Baldwin. 10 minutes gone last quarter.
Don't you just love that matchup?
They always play tight ones. The Oracle a bit wrong, though. The Oracle had them winning by 85 points. Dylan Dow has just kicked a goal for Baronia. It's back to 9 points between them and South Belgrade.
So Williamson just on the kick here to line up for his 8th. He's had a day out here at Donvale Reserve. Williamson, not to be denied, kicks another.
8 goals is a pretty incredible effort. I know they've pants him, and often it is easy to just say he's been best player on the ground, but he is showing that he's not just like a player from Premier Division that's dropped down. We see players like Zalach do that. This is a bloke who's stepped like at his best. Is a state league footballer playing in the fourth tier, and it's just the times you can't fault. I think it's at Whitbourne at the moment, but it was Mill before. Just watching Williamson then, wasn't it, Ron? The whole time, it's just panic from Whitbourne because he wants to keep an eye on the footy to sort of read the play, but he knows as soon as he turns around and doesn't know where Williamson is, he's cooked. Williamson's smart there. He sort of cheated his way into a free kick, but he probably should have taken the mark. So it's so hard for a young defender to do that. And it's just thinking about other sides in this competition that might have anyone that can actually play on him.
Well, they've made a contest with him a lot of times like that one. They just haven't been able to.
What's he got? He's got 8-1 or something as well. It's
something like that, yeah. So he's been accurate.
And Tom Langford did say on pre-game that he kicked 1-9 the other week. So clearly, Donvale, maybe they're just unlucky he's kicking straight.
So Sinisic it was. He gets the kick forward to about half forward. Now it's in the hands of Zelic. Handball over the top. Still got it though, Donvale, as they get it forward. Now there's a little handball out to the far side. It's going from one side of the ground to the other. They need to start going forward. There is the kick to full forward, but nicely defended back there. Falls into the hands of McNamara as he gets a handball off. And they should be able to get out of this the Waverley Blues. As the ball is on the ground, it's been socket off the ground out towards the pocket. In fact, it's going to go out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in. So we've had some 12 minutes in this last term.
11 points the difference at Seaback, late stages of the third quarter, so a bit of time to go in that one. Berwick have closed the gap to 16 points over Nord, but they might just run out of time there.
So ball back in again, knocked down. It's all getting a bit untidy in this last term, as you'd expect, taken by Bowden, who's wrapped up on the ground.
Just a reminder that Whitehorse is starting at 4:30 in their game against Scoresby, and Knox is starting at 7:10 in their game against Ringwood, and Coldstream lead by 11 points over Ferntree Gully.
No.
Goodness me. All right, so there's the kick forward now. There's the Waverley Blues. Come onto the attack again. Playstead ran past it. Now the handball back. Good work there by Zelic. He's been one of Donvale's better players today. And a losing side. Kicks forward, tries to find a target, but there's really no one there. And Mohammed it was, I think he got the hand to the ball. The fisted away there by the Waverley Blues. And straight into the hands of Mannion. And towards full forward, not taken, but it's still a chance for Donvale. But it's fallen nicely there, and it's going to be cleared away by Strongman. Out towards the pocket. It's Mia. And went without it. Someone almost lost his strides there.
They're just hanging off it now, poor Charlie Kent. Looks like a kilt. And so Waverley Blues to go on with it.
Baldwin have kicked a goal. They lead by 7 points. 15 minutes gone.
Oh, here we go. So Demetrius Rufus there, just sizing up his options. Nothing too obvious until Hale presents for him out into space. So he gets the handball off. I think this is Kramer. Short ball towards Tonsteel. Easy as you like. Takes it out in front of, I think that's Dylan Liardi. Indeed it is. So Tonsteel to go back.
He wants Williamson.
Yeah. And look at Williamson coming at him. Easy as you like. Mark taken.
They're aware of it. Yeah. Berwick have kicked another, 10 points the difference.
Ooh. So Norwood, the Wooders, looking a little worried there, I think. As Williamson, Donvale looking a little more than worried as Williamson coming in for his 9th of the day. How's this kick off the boot? Well, you can tell by the cheers. 9th goal. There it is, Williamson. Wonderful stuff for the Waverley Blues. And that is their 18th goal of the day, 18-5, 113 to Donvale, 5-6, 36. We're gone 14, nearly 15 minutes. here in this final quarter.
Ton's still probably going to be marred by the fact that I suspect he'll have a couple of weeks for his hit in the third quarter on Bowden, but he's also just been another player that looks above the level at times in terms of his decision making and his smarts. It's not the fitness, it's not the IQ, it's not the intensity or anything like that. It's just the awareness and the smarts, and that's their thing about the forward half. There just seems to be so much more space because the players know how to work together.
So it's Wignall who gets the ball for Donvale as they come forward again as we get towards the back end of this game. It's over as far as a winner is concerned, but Donvale may be trying to just get a little bit of something out of this match towards the end, show a bit of fight.
And just their ball use as well. It's just been really strong. And, the likes of McNamara and even Hawkins, some of the guys that you probably underrate a little bit, but when they get the ball, they use it well.
Yeah, it's the men around the Stars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ball on the ground, and it's not probably going to come out of there anytime soon. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. Have you got any scores for us, Matty?
Yeah, just looking now. So Eastern were comfortable winners at the moment against Upper Gully. Mitcham the same with Beaconsfield. Murrabak and Corridon is only 30 points. So you would suggest Murrabak going to get the win there. And then in Division 3, like I said, Baronia, they're in with the fight, aren't they, Ron? I think in the last score we heard was only 9 points. So South Belgrave have kicked in accurately as well. So that might come back to burn them.
So back in the hands of Wignall, and the ball's been smothered, and it's in fact it's out.
Ferntree Gully have hit the front. They've kicked another quick couple of goals. So 2 goals in however long it was since we last checked. So Coldstream 7-10-52, Ferntree Gully 8-5-53. So we'll try to keep you updated on that game and the Vermont Baldwin game, and as well as Kilsyth Surrey Park, which unfortunately for us is just being updated at quarter by quarter.
I think it was 2 Williamson goals ago that we last checked that score.
Yeah,
if we start
so about a minute
like that. Yeah. So Waverley Blues to go forward again. Mohammed, it just missed him, so Hebron will pick it up. Looks to pass it off there to Sinisic, gets it back from him. Donvale to go forward. Hebron on the run here. He's looking for options. He seems a little bereft of them, so he had to go backwards, unfortunately. Rinkwest was there, held his ground. His handball just went off into space. Williamson's on, as Ryan is saying, but Facey just couldn't quite pick the ball up to get it to him. And we'll have a ball up there at centre-half forward for the Waverley Blues.
If he was able to pick that up, he had about 30 metres space in that goal square.
You're really wanting 10 for Williamson.
He could get more than 10. There's plenty of time.
He's not leaving Donvale without it.
No.
He could get a dozen, yeah.
Mohammed bowled over his opponent, went for it. He's going for Williamson, not the goal. Intelligent play. Intelligent stuff there by Whitbourne to just scoop
big
it
fan
over
of that. Big fan of that. I love that. Party pooper.
Yeah. Whitbourne on the kick in there. He's going to have to bring it back, though, says the umpire.
Another goal for Norwood, a settler there, back out to 16 points. South Croydon leads 16-400 to North Ringwood 7-4-46, so 9-goal margin there. And the other scores as they were.
So Whitbourne on the kick in again. Just a good mark taken there by the man out in space. It's the former Doncaster man, Mahal Zalic, as he's going down the line here with this one, I think. Who's he found here for Donvale? Is it Charlie Kent up there? But the mark was taken over him by Sam Hale, as he's going to switch it up for the Waverley Blues.
Shootout at Seabeck. It's 13-12-90. Rowville to Park Orchards 11-13-79 at three-quarter time.
Sounds like a great game there. Zalic picked it up once again it was Liardi, Dylan Liardi. Zalic went for a run. He just missed his target there in Mill, who's gone forward for Donvale, in fact. Doncaster on the mind a little bit with Mahal Zalic gathering the ball. So over the top here, I think this is Hatch just getting over to his teammate there in Meyer. Hatch now going for a run down the wing for Waverley Blues. Who can he see here? It just went over the head of Ton Steele. Williamson, he just picked it up. He's gone for home. He's gone for 10. It's not going to quite make it. Facey's there in the goal square. It was just taken away by Ablett for Donvale. He's found Whitbourne under pressure. Ablett gets it back again. He's going to try and take it away. He's met his teammate Bowden. High kick towards right half back for Donvale. Rouser was there. He finds a handball inboard. Rouser gets it back on the wing. Kick towards Duncan. He couldn't quite take the mark. Waverley Blues to sweep it away once more. This is Miller. He gets the handball over.
Just got to jump in here, Jared.
Jump
in with a score from Bayswater. They've celebrated Joel Galvin's 250th with a 32-point win over Montrose. That's two losses in a row to Montrose. They might not be as good as we thought, Ryan. Bayswater get their third win of the year and probably jump above the Demons.
They did it for Galvin. That's impressive there for Bayswater. So Rouser He gets the kick down the line. He ended up with a free kick there from the play that we had before. Zalic picks it up. He hands it over. Donvale are going to go for goal here. They're going to go for home. I think it was Sinisic. Looks like a goal to me. Indeed it was. That was well done. Let's have a look at the replay really quickly. It wasn't Sinisic. In fact, it was Wignall. And Donvale get their 6th on the board. 6-6-42 to Waverley Blues. 18-6-114 as we head into time on in this final quarter.
So just AFL scores. Brisbane winners by 14 points over GWS, and Geelong comfortable winners over Adelaide. Baldwin have hit further in front, 10-11-61. Oh, no, sorry, 1 point. I've read that wrong. Baldwin 10-11-61 to Vermont, 9-6-60.
Oh.
And sorry, it's 8-13-61, not 10-11.
Let's go.
Our maths has been horrible today.
Let's quickly go down to the boundary line.
Sorry to tell you, boys, but Williamson has kicked 10. I was hearing 9, but Williamson has kicked 10. Just got confirmation then from the team manager of Waverley.
Well, who was he taking a goal off that we've
all
got?
got him as 9, I'm not sure. Someone can't count. So,
our maths today has been horrible. It's probably us.
To be fair, if I was going to back anyone, it was now.
Our maths today. So
Williamson.
Hammond gets it forward. There's Williamson, and this might be...
well, this will definitely be 10.
This will definitely be 10 if he gets this.
This is for double figures.
This is exactly. We can say 10 plus from now on.
I don't think all of us could have missed him kicking 10, but anyway, it doesn't matter because this will probably be it anyway. Here he comes, the star of the day, on its way. No, he's missed it.
The way he's playing, he hasn't kicked 10.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he in his own mind.
Yeah,
I reckon they've given him. I reckon the man who knows if there's anyone on the ground, it's him.
He looks like the kind of guy who'd count him.
Yeah.
That was a tired-looking
He hasn't left the goal square.
Tired-looking kick.
Well, to be fair, he's had a fair bit of it, best though.
He has. So we can certainly give him a bit of a chop out there. As the ball goes to ground, trying to get his hands on it there was English. Now it comes out for the Blues. Oh, nice little bit of candy there on the shot for goal, but it's not going to be touched into the post.
I think that was that Facey. His Facey was 20 metres out directly in front. He's tried to pass it. He's tried to pass it to Josh Williamson.
Go ahead on the boundary line there.
Yeah, just absolute confirmation from the team manager and the coach. He has kicked 10. He's just looking for Mark LeCras numbers, looking at 11 and 12.
Is he? But at 13, in terms of Coldstream out there, 8-11-59 the Cougars, Ferntree 9-5-59. So we could be on for a draw out at Coldstream.
So not too many draws, so it'd be a rarity. I'm not quite sure how all of us have missed the 10th goal. I'm not quite sure.
Unless the goal, I've got a goal to Angus Kramer here, and he hasn't really sniffed around them, so maybe that's the one. Yeah, maybe that's the one.
Maybe that's the missing one. All right, so the ball goes back in. Ball on the ground. Regardless, he's had a fantastic day, Williamson. I think we can all agree with that.
I think 9 or 10 really in the scheme of things.
Doesn't matter, does it?
So Donvale trying to put something on late in the game. Out towards the far side, picked up nicely over there, and the little handball forward. And in the hands now of Hale. He's had a fair game for the Blues as well. Sweeping handball across half back, and that might be holding the ball. No play on, says the umpire. Ball goes to ground. It's getting a little bit untidy as you'd expect. Handball forward. Sapanchi can't quite get there, and the ball goes out of bounds and nearly knocks over the camera person out there or the water person. Can't quite see. Just in front of our boundary riders over there. So we've had 23 minutes of this final term. Game just going through the dying stages, 115-42, so over as far as the contest goes. Good win today for the Blues, though, and certainly a percentage booster. Any more scores, Matty?
Just looking for some of note. Mitcham, 61-point leaders over Beaconsfield is the only update in Division 1. Baronia have hit the front against South Belgrave, though. They lead by 2 points, 18 minutes gone, fourth term.
Gee, Baronia looking for a boil over there as it was Mannion to get the kick away for Donvale. Inside their forward 50, Mill scraps a handball towards Kapakalakis. They're looking for a late consolation one, but Miller will deny them that for now as he gets a kick away down towards the wing. Good mark taken by Rouser.
I'm anxious to know who's in charge of the Baldwin Twitter account because they've gone awfully quiet.
So over to Wignall now, who takes a shot towards the goal square for Donvale. Miller once again back there. He's played well as well. A little more quiet, but he keeps racking up disposals as Sapanchi finds a kick over the top, and it's been taken there by Meyer. And now I think this is Hale, Sam Hale in the back line for the Waverley Blues. English. They're passing it around here, the Blues, as they try and take it forward as a golden light just engulfs the ground here. It's looking quite beautiful now. Just small consolation for Donvale here, though, as the kick has now found Playstead. inside forward 50 as the Waverley Blues just continue to try
South Belgrave have kicked a goal. They lead by 4 points.
Ooh.
68-64.
Gee.
Sam Withers with the goal.
That was that could be another hold on for your life there.
Hold on to your seatbelts, isn't it? 20 minutes gone.
So Daniel Playstead will come in. Usually a high-scoring player. He's played quite a bit in the ruck today for Waverley Blues. Just kicked the one goal. Williamson nearly over the top in the goal square. Facey there just loses a handle on it. Mannion back there for Donvale as it's going to spill over the boundary line, I reckon, and we'll have a boundary throw in there in the pocket for the Waverley Blues. So out there in front of the clubhouse, disappointed Donvale fans loitering around there, no doubt. Unfortunate in this bit of a belting here. So, over the top for the umpire. It was Roper to take it, slammed to ground by Playstead. Looks like we'll have yet another ball up. We're playing into time on here. We've gone at 26 minutes just about in this final quarter. So, yet another throw up there for the umpire. Tapped down by the Waverley Blues. Scooped it up there, Donvale. He was tackled to ground, holding the ball there, I reckon. The tackler, I think, might have been Facey there at the bottom of it all.
Still all tied up at Coldstream and Furniture Gully, 59 apiece. Churnside Park kicking away against Forest Hill. They lead 113-52.
So Facey, he had a bit of a cramp there, but he's going to take the kick anyway. Who's he looking for? I don't even need to ask that question. He's looking for Williamson. Oh, good mark there taken at the end of the day, right there by Bowden, but it doesn't matter. Donvale have gone down to the Waverley Blues. It's 6-6-42 for the home side. Waverley Blues 18-7-115. Bit of a dirty day for the Magpies as Waverley Blues storm home. Let's have a look at the goal kickers with Brett Beston.
So major goal kickers, I think we've agreed that Williamson got 10 in the end. Muhammad also finished with multiple goals. He kicked 3 and Steele with 4 for the Blues. And the only major ball, in fact, there was no multiple goal kickers for Donvale, unless you guys have got something that I don't have.
Ethan Duncan kicked 4.
Duncan, I beg your pardon.
There was one goal kicker.
He's further down the page, my bad. So 4 goals for Ethan Duncan. He was a lone hand for the Donvale side today, but a very good win for the Waverley Blues and a big percentage booster for them.
Just quickly before, I think the boundary riders are going to try and find Josh Williamson, who kicked the Magic 10. Baldwin have won by 10 points, 9-15 to 9-5 over Vermont. So another thriller between those two sides. Baldwin get another win. I think they moved to 5-2. Meanwhile, and Vermont are 5-2 as well.
Indeed. So Waverley Blues here take the victory. This is their, 8th, 9th for the...
eighth win from 9 games. So they will have one more, I believe, before, and then they have the final bye.
Yep.
Well, they just banked those wins up now, so they can afford a couple of
I'm not sure even. I'm not even sure who they've got. I think.
Andrew.
Let's go down to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, they're just going to sing the song, and then we'll get the coach and Josh Williamson on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Blakey. So looking forward to those interviews there.
So Baronia have kicked another goal. So Baronia have hit the front, 70-68.
Big night at Donvale.
Yeah.
71-69, sorry.
Is this at home for
it's at South Belgrave.
Oh, okay, all right.
Function at Baronia if you all want to get down.
Oh,
23 minutes gone. Ryan trying to drum up some cash there for Baronia.
$10 entry.
Mulgrave have won, three-quarter time, 15-19, 109. Oakley District, 3-3-21. So they will continue to hold on to 4th spot. There was a red card out of Beaconsfield, disappointingly, and the final score there is 112-44. So Mitcham will jump into 3rd. Mitcham will jump into 3rd. Croydon will slide into 4th, given they look like they're going to lose to Murrelbach, and you would assume Mitcham's percentage will take a big bump. So some bit of movement around as we get some other scores. Wanturna South at three-quarter time, we're on 76 points. They have lost 11-13-79 to Lilydale 13-12-90. So the Falcons and Bayswater have both got 3 wins. So them, Wanturna South, Montrose are all on 3 wins, and Beaconsfield. I think Lilydale are in the 5.
Yeah, they are.
Lilydale are now in the 5.
Song, I think. Yep. Well, the song's cutting
out.
It's
cutting in and out. So we'll leave that one there. But yeah, from simple mathematics, and again, don't Don't worry us. Don't back us in on that one. But Lurdale, I think, will be in the 5 after a win over Wantirna South. And that means, again, they remain the bogey side. 32 attempts for Wanty South, just 3.5 wins against Lurdale in their history.
Now,
Crazy stuff.
So a massive win there for Lurdale.
That almost just about locks the Tigers in the finals this year.
Yeah, I reckon
I can't see them dropping out.
They won't drop out now.
They needed a big scalp away from home, and I think that's really impressive. Not just to beat Beaconsfield, but really smash.
Eastfield have won in a big fashion over Heathmont, 117-69. So that means the Rams will remain, assuming Ringwood win tonight. The Rams will probably jump into second if Baronia. Tim Smith has a set shot at the moment. Baronia lead by 2 points, 11-5 to 9-14. Tim Smith set shot. My WhatsApp. We could just get that live commentary going. But if Baronia are able to get the win here, Eastfield should jump back into second spot.
Former media manager Davis Harrigan on screen for those.
Davis Harrigan. Oh no, it's Dyson Baker. Davis Harrigan. Davis Harrigan. Oh no! I have clip it. Tim Smith goal. Tim Smith goal. South Belgrave back in front. South Belgrave back in front.
I was going to say, children, don't be alarmed. That's just Dyson Baker on the screen. He's a scary man with that beard.
Davis
was saved me with that.
Bulked up. Still, in terms out of Coldstream, still scores level, 59 apiece. So Fentrigale might get their first points, but not the way they wanted them.
Shall we start doing our votes, boys?
Yeah, go for that. I'll just jump in with scores, guys.
All right, no worries at all. So we're going to do our votes. First up, we'll start off with the Workman of the Day for Workers Eastland. Who do you like, boys?
I think at three-quarter time I mentioned Facey. I think he worked really hard all day. A little bit more flashy and a little bit more obvious than perhaps a player like Jason Miller down in the back line for Waverley Blues. I think he was great as well.
And it looks like we've got Williamson down on the boundary. Blakey's going to... We're going to go down. We're going to go down to Blake Tennant. He's with the 10-goal man, Josh Williamson.
Yep. Josh, what a game of footy, mate. 10 goals. It's never easy, mate. How does it feel for you?
Yeah, no, good. It was just a good team performance overall. Obviously, look at the scoreboard. We kicked 18, so it's not all me. It's all around the ground. It's the other forwards, it's the defenders, and it's the mid. So, no, it's a good feeling, but the win's more important from here.
3 goals in the first quarter. Obviously, you would say your midfield really worked well. And then you know Donvale always going to come, and you felt like that was going to happen, or?
Oh, 100%. Donvale are a great side. There's no denying that. They obviously just had a bit of an off day today, and we were clearly that was the best we've played all year. So, but no, we knew they were going to come out, and they didn't stop. Like we managed to be able to keep putting goals on, but yeah, they still kept coming, and they're a good side, and they'll be better from that. So,
thanks for joining us, Josh, and good luck for the rest of the year.
Big Blakey Tennant dragging Josh Williamson all that way out just for 3 questions. We've still got 15 minutes. So if Blake wants to try, and Blake and Will want to try and grab one more interview, we probably do have time for that. As I keep looking for more scores. So yeah, just those confirmed final scores at the moment. Baldwin Baldwin have won by 10 points, 9-15, 69 to 9-5, 59. Norwood have won by 20 points over Berwick, 89 to 69. South Croydon, I don't know if it's the final score, but they've definitely won. 120 to 58 is the current score. And then in Division 1, as we mentioned, Lurdale, big last quarter. They kicked 5 goals to just 3 behinds in the last to come home and win by 11 points, 90 to 79. Bayswater have defeated Montrose by 32 points to celebrate Joel Galvin's 250th game. And Mitcham are the big winners over Beaconsfield, 118 to 44, and will likely jump into 3rd spot on the ladder. An update from South Belgrave that Tim Smith set shot has them in front, 74 to 71, 26 minutes gone.
All right, I think we're doing our, I was going to say the awards for the day. I think we're doing the Workman of the Day, the four Workers Eastland. And Jared, we were talking about your thoughts for today.
Yeah, Facey was my main pick for that one, but also Miller. Those are the names that I would throw out. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts.
Yeah, I back you up with Facey. I also like Rufus's game. I thought he was quite impressive all afternoon, but I'm happy to give that to Facey.
I was going to say my vote would go to Facey, so that certainly gives him the Workman of the Day. Goal of the day, I thought I'll just put my 2 cents worth in. Josh Williamson obviously is going to get it.
Sorry, Best, I just got to jump in. It looks like they got Tom Langford, but just quickly, a few more scores. Kilsyth have won by 7 points over Surrey Park, 12-9-81 to 10-14-74. Templestowe remain in front over the Basin by 18 points, 11-6 to 8-6. And then Eastfield are the big winners over Heathmont, 117 to 69. As we go down to Will Faulkner and Tom Langford.
Thanks, boys. Just here with the coaches, Tom Langford. Lang is obviously a very good win today. How did that go and compare in terms of your performances so far this year?
I mean, based on the quality of the opposition as well, we're obviously, thrilled with that win and that result. Unbelievable performance. The boys are thrilled, and the most pleasing thing from our perspective was the intensity sustained. From the first bounce to the last siren. I think little Joey Facey had a hold in the ball, free kick in the forward pocket. When he could have easily let them kick it, but the relentlessness and the relentlessness and the attack on the opponent was first class.
Awesome. So obviously the talk of the town at the moment is Joshua Williamson for his 10-goal performance today. Was there anything in particular that you saw? Obviously, very hungry around goal. Wasn't even on for the second half of the first quarter. What did you see in particular that got in that 10-goal performance?
His movement's exceptional. It's what he brings to the table that other players don't. Is his ability to get at the back, hit up at the ball. Crumb. He's an all-rounder. He showed some great hands today, and he also showed clean hands on the deck. So he's an all-rounder. He's obviously always a goal threat. So such a handy player.
Absolutely. Obviously, you can always improve each week. Ethan Duncan had a very good game for Donvale. Defensively, was there anything that you'd like to improve on next week or going into a sort of a matchup where you see someone like him playing as well as he was up forward?
I mean, the opposition's going to score goals and then to get chances. I think Duncan played a bit of a solo roll-up forward. I think I'd say, guessing 80% of their entries went to him. So he's going to convert sometimes, and he's a really good player. So he took a few really good marks, and obviously we were able to, nullify his influence a little bit more later. I'll have to have a look at the tape and analyse it all, but the numbers, I'm assuming, are all in our favour. We're able to force them back without pressure multiple times. When we turn the footy over, we're able to move the ball quickly and, into an open forward line. So at this stage, I'd say maybe just personnel. I've got to somehow squeeze 5 blokes in next week. So that'll be tough.
Awesome. And just finishing off, all well with the injuries. I was a couple of guys just having a little bit of a nice little rest in the fourth quarter. All good going forward next week?
Well, we've got 2 weeks off. We've got the bye next week. I should have said that before. The bye next week, and then we've got the Queen's birthday break. So, like I said, we'll have 5 blokes back, and it's going to be a nightmare at selection. But it's exciting for our club to be, a clean bill of health. And I think that's one thing that the early fixtures that we've had, obviously playing 2 games more than our opponents, will help us later. Is there'll be fresh legs and guys that might need a break with an injury or a niggle. They get that chance to freshen up.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Tom. We'll go back to you boys.
Thank you there, Will and Tom Langford, the victorious Waverley Blues coach. So we've had a few more scores confirmed. Chirnside Park have won by 60 points over Forest Hill. Once again, Kilsyth by 7 points over Surrey Park. That's massive. Kilsyth will be in the top 4.
Wow.
They'll be in the top 4 for the first time in a long time. South Belgrave have won 76-71. An amazing effort from Baronia. They outscored them 5-2 in the last quarter. But Tim Smith's set shot nailed it. South Belgrave will remain on top of the ladder. Mulgrave big winners over Oakley District, so they keep pace with the top 3. Templestowe look to have defeated the Basin. So for Baronia, they've lost, but the Basin loss as well means that they don't really lose any ground. They'll remain in the fifth spot. Was it after
the siren that Tim Smith shot, or was
it
just before?
No, about 2 minutes before. And then the ball ping-ponged around. We're still waiting for confirmation from the Ferntree Gully game. That remains a tie at the moment. Premier Division, all the scores are in. So Baldwin, the winners by 10 points. Noble Park by 112. South Croydon by 60+. And Nord by 20+. Doncaster East and Blackburn starts in about half an hour. And Roeville look to be comfortable at the moment. At 10 minutes into the third quarter, last quarter, they were up by 24 points over Park Court. It's 109-85, so an enthralling game of football. But I'll let you guys get into your votes.
All right, actually, I forgot about the boundary riders, so we better get them involved as well for the workman of the day. I think it looks like
I'm happy with Facey because I had him written down as well.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, all right, we'll give it to Facey. Goal of the day for mine.
One bloke kicked 10 of them, so it's bound to be one of them.
There was one in particular. guy too that really battled hard right till the end, and he's he's an experienced player, so I guess you'd expect nothing else, was James Rouser.
Yeah.
I mean, even in that sort of third and fourth team when the game was gone, he was trying his guts out to try and to lift the side and to get them back. I mean, not back into the game because it was effectively over, but he really tried hard today, didn't he?
Yeah, that's definitely the way to go if I was going to give any credit to Donvale. The other Donvale player that I want to mention is Scott Heverin. He worked really hard all day down back. The forward line for Waverley Blues was absolutely peppered throughout the whole day, and Heverin never gave up the ghost. So I was impressed with him. So are we doing the votes right now? Or are we doing 3-2-1s or?
No, I think it's Williamson.
I think it's Williamson and the rest.
Unless the boys are going to produce 10 votes for someone else, I think Williamson gets it for his magic 10. I'll just fly through some more scores. I'm chasing up a Ferntree Gully score. We're just going to ask Paul Giannopoulos, junior manager, if he's got any updates. A former Ferntree Gully star. So once again, Premier Division, Baldwin winners by 10 points. Noble Park by 112. South Croydon by 62. Nord by 20. Rowville lead by 20 midway through the last quarter. Lilydale have come from behind to defeat Wantirna South by 11. Mitcham big winners over Beaconsfield 118-44. Bayswater by 32 points over Montrose to celebrate Joel Galvin's 250th. East Ringwood will win over Upper Gully. The final margin is the only thing that we don't know. And we suggest Mooroolbark will do the same over Croydon. They led by 30 points in a low-scoring game, 61-31 at three-quarter time. In Division 2, Tim Smith has kicked the winner, 76-71, South Belgrave. Smith kicking a goal with 5 minutes to go in the last quarter. They held on. Mulgrave, big winners over Oakwood District, 139-23. Templestowe winners by 3 goals, back-to-back wins for the Dockers. They'll probably overtake Heathmont on the ladder there with that win, 72-54. Disappointing for the Basin. East Burwood, 117-69 over Heathmont, a settler for them, and Knox and Ringwood will start at 7:10. Doncaster East and Blackburn at 5:20. And then in Division 3, Whitehorse will start. It probably started half an hour ago after their smoking ceremony. Culture and Ferntree Gully at the moment is listed as a draw on game day. We don't like to call draws early. We like to make sure we get confirmation. Obviously, this game, it was 114-43 in the favour of the Waverley Blues. Warrandyte winners by 31 points over Fair Park, so they move into second on the ladder. Churnside hold on to second in Division 4 after a 60-point win over Forest Hill. Kilsyth into the top 4 for the first time in a long time with their win over Surrey Park. And Sylvan have defeated Croydon North. We just don't know by how much.
It's great to see some of these upsets, isn't it? Because it makes the competition interesting. I mean, it can get very predictable, and we can all sort of think, it's so and so's playing them. But there's been some really interesting results today, and it's just keeping it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've mentioned on all the podcasts, all the game days through all the written media, everything that there's stories in each division, which is good to see.
Yeah.
Division 3 at the moment, it looks like the Waverley Blues are a cut above, but as we said, there were moments today where Donvale could definitely match them with them, and they were nowhere near full strength. Warrandyte have obviously beaten them, and they definitely haven't clicked into gear. So there's still teams that can beat them, and Whitehorse and Coldstream push them to three-quarter time. So not a mile of a run. They've just got certain. Obviously, their forward half is so good that whenever they do get momentum, as Ryan mentioned on the coverage, when they do get momentum, Waverley Blues, they're a cut above in terms of capitalising. And like obviously Josh Williamson. Division 2, we thought South Belgrave, a month ago, we're going to walk the league. A loss to Mulgrave, and then Baroni have pushed them right to the wire. And both sides are focused around their contested ball. Mulgrave have a big focus on that, and we know Baronia from watching the other week that they prefer nitty-gritty than their outside run. So maybe that's the key to competing with South Belgrave, and obviously Mulgrave's another great story in Division 2, the fact that even they really didn't think they were going to make finals, and now they've gone on a pretty incredible run. They should hit the turn at 6-3, 5-4 with a handy percentage. And then obviously East Burwood's, continual rise through the divisions. In Division 1, the fact that there's 5 teams battling for one spot now. So Mitcham have consolidated 4th spot with that 5th win, as Ryan mentioned. It's hard to see them dropping out. They'd have to really bungle it from here, considering their home form and the fact they've got 2 of the best forwards in the division. And then you look at the fact that Beaky, Lilydale, Wantirna South, Montrose, Bayswater, all on 3 wins. And as much as we said at the start in the pre-game best, Jared, that we don't think Bayswater and Lilydale are really finals contenders, well, they're beating teams that Montrose and Monty South aren't and Beaky aren't. So, how many times can you do it before we start thinking they're just as good at them? So, and as Jared said, Lilydale's percentage in the way they've played probably even pushes them into favouritism, but that's another discussion. And then Premier Division, Baldwin and Vermont, have put Rowville's the great story. They look like they're going to be undefeated, but, other than maybe Doncaster and North Ringwood, and Berwick to an extent, Berwick haven't been belted yet, but they haven't quite got winning yet. There's close games everywhere you look. So every division's got its own story. There's only really one side that you could probably guarantee as a premier at the moment, and that's Sylvan.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
And although I will say, though, Sylvan in a grand final, they will be playing on a
And
bit of a
depends where
different ground.
you would assume it'd be a big ground. So most of the Mitcham's the only ground that isn't a big one, and I don't think that'll have Division 4 this year just because of the way the rest of the divisions are matched up. So Sylvan are going to go from playing on a postage stamp to most likely playing on a massive ground, and that could suit your Churnside, your Surrey Parks, or dare I say it, your Kilsyths.
Yeah. And you did say that, you've talked about the difference between them and Coldstream. That the Coldstream was in the middle of the ground, they dominate. It doesn't take too much if they can win that. If you can beat them in the middle and start making the most of your opportunities, I can see a side getting on top of them. But you're right, their forward line is just stacked with players who can kick backs each week.
And then we look into Premier Division. Like I know we spoke about the race for 5th in Division 1. It's a top 6 in Premier Division, and if Blackburn were to pinch a win over Doncaster East tonight, they can move into sort of a position to sneak a spot. But Norwood getting another win brings them to within striking distance.
We've still got time to get the caravan out there. We could do that game as well.
Well, we probably could. we probably could. We're only just up the road. I don't know how much Bruce is about to knock your head off with that suggestion. But in terms of, again, and in terms of racing for positions, Dyson's just doing the sign. But in terms of racing for positions, that's another one where the top 6 just gives us a bit more jeopardy, because if there was a top 5 now, you'd almost say Norwood and that couldn't make it. But the fact that, Roeville are going to be 7-0, but we still probably don't think they're the best team in it. So, again, it's been a long time since we've been talking about Roeville, teams that aren't Vermont and Baldwin winning this premiership. So, plenty of stories across all the divisions, Besto.
Don't forget the Bulls.
Well, the Bulls as well. Big winners without their star too as well, which is good.
That's right. Well, time to start wrapping up out here at Donvale Reserve. It's been an interesting afternoon. The home side not quite getting it done, but a massive thank you to all the team that were involved. Of course, my co-commentator today, Jared Beelan. Thank you, Jared, for your insightful comments today. Ryan Long and special, fantastic as always. We had Blake and Will out on the boundary. And, of course, the men behind the scenes that you don't see, well, you hear one of them. He's an inimitable laugh. Bruce Priest, of course, he's been fantastic today, pushing all the buttons for us, and Lee Green from LKLM Media. And once again, we'll do it all again next week. It's going to be I'm not quite sure what next week's game is, but I guess we'll Ringwood Eastfield, I've just been reliably told, so that should be a cracker, and we'll bring that one to you next week as well. So as we close it out from Donvale, it's been a commanding win today. The Donvale side not quite getting it done on their own ground. We gave them a chance before the game, but in the end it was just the Waverley Blues far, far too good, and they've taken it out 18-7, 115 to 6-6-42. On behalf of all the team, have a great evening and get out next week and catch some more EFNL footy. Have a great weekend.